고정되는 건 없죠, 이거. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, dear friends and participants of Busan Democracy Forum 2020. I'd like to welcome all of you to join session 3 of the day 2 of Busan Democracy Forum. My name is Anselmo Lee. I'm a moderator of session 3 as a non-executive member of KOICA. KOICA stands for Korea International Development Corporation. I started this mandate, not full-time, from September this year. Now we have 3 speakers from different parts of the world. And before that, I would like to introduce briefly what is a Busan Democracy Forum. This one is especially for those who are not familiar with the Busan Democracy Forum and also those who are not with us yesterday. We are going to discuss today session 3, session heavy. It's very heavy. Heavy means some topics are maybe not familiar with many of you. That's why I want to introduce short history of Busan Democracy Forum and also main agenda. Can you show PowerPoint, please? As you know, topic of the general theme of Busan Democracy Forum, as you see in the banner behind me, Glocal citizenship education, COVID-19 pandemic, and peaceful, just, inclusive society. 3 keywords. So we use the term Glocal. That means global, local. Busan is one of the cities, big cities, but it's not national capital. So in that sense, we want to link city initiative to global. That's why we use the term Glocal citizenship education. And in terms of SDG, I believe many of you are now familiar with the SDG terminologies. SDG target 4.7, SDG 16, and SDG 17. 17 is about global partnership, including ODA, Official Development Assistance. That's why KOICA is one of the organizers of Busan Democracy Forum. So this is a virtual online, like many other international meetings. I want to show the photo of the real site, not in the online, but where this meeting is taking place. There is a banner outside the meeting room, and then I'm in the sitting in this room. And also this is a setting. So you see the small number of people and the staff with the screen, So I want to show this one so that you can feel something physical, Something is in Busan, although many of you are participating virtually. And then, obviously, we are talking about SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, in the context of decade of action from this year to 2030. And 16 and 4.7, those who are not familiar with the 16 is about peace, justice, and inclusion. And also target 4.7, in short, we say global citizen education, but there are many important elements. Sustainable development, sustainable lifestyle, human rights, gender equality, and culture of peace and non-violence, and cultural diversity, and so on. So sometimes we distinguish global citizen education from target 4.7. Target 4.7 is much more than global citizen education. Or in short, we put all these components in the name of global citizenship. So sometimes, many times we use exchangeably, Sometimes 4.7, sometimes global citizen education in this conference. And also we have a global citizen education, which is an initiative of UNESCO. We have also APCEIU, one of the speakers at the session 4. APCEIU is a clearing information house of global citizen education. So this time, session 3 and 4, we are going to present to you all the key actors and what they have been doing about global citizen education, and also in relation to SDG 16 and target 4.7. I showed history of Busan Democracy Forum. As I said, this is a 3rd forum, and first one in 2018, and the second one 2019, but main theme has changed over time. The first one was about democracy. Democracy in SDG 16, these are the main theme. And then from second time, we wanted to focus on democracy SDG 16 in relation to 4.7, global citizen education. And then this year we continue, same theme, but different context, which is a COVID-19 pandemic and also decade of action on SDG. I want to show some photos of 2018-19. Some of you were here with us 2018 and 19. And I want to also share with you news that Lee Mi-kyung, the former president of KOICA, she just completed her mandate last week, 1 week ago. That's why she was not able to with us this time. And then we have now the new president. Hopefully, we will introduce him to you some next meeting. So this is a photo of Lee Mi-kyung delivering her welcome opening remark the last year, and also the panel. So I want to take this opportunity to thank Lee Mi-kyung, president of KOICA, who has been supporting and participating actively in this Busan Democracy Forum. And this is a photo of the participants last year. Traditionally, after intensive session, we used to go exposure tour, different history sites or culture. This is a UN Peace Museum last year. Hopefully next year, when you have this Busan Democracy Forum number 4, some of you can come, we can join this tour again. And short journey of Democracy Forum, starting from Busan. I used to make a joke. There is a famous movie about Train to Busan. That's about zombie. You know? But our topic is a democracy. So democracy from Busan. You know? So after first Busan Democracy Forum, January 2018, and this is a poster and photo. And then next year, we had a Democracy Forum after Busan, but in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, 2018. So this is a follow-up to Busan Democracy Forum, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mongolia, and then the many participants with the UN. It was a big meeting the last year. At the same time, some participants from Japan, they were inspired by Busan initiative, so they organized the Tokyo Democracy Forum last year. Some of us went there from Busan and Seoul. So this was a continuation, starting from Busan, Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, and Tokyo. And then this year again, Kathmandu Democracy Forum, but online, like a Busan. So you can see the starting from Busan. Now we are expanding this Democracy Forum all over Asia. Okay, the technical problem. I can, oh yeah, okay. Now, today's agenda. Yesterday, we had two sessions, session 1, session 2. So first, we begin with the ground reality, democratic challenges. So we have the 3 presentations about democratic struggle in Hong Kong and Thailand, and also civic space in India. And then session 2 yesterday, we look at what's happening, the global citizen education in different countries, Japan, Finland, and South Korea. So this is all about national, local, ground, what's happening on the ground. But today, day 2 is more international and also future. So for session 3, we are going to go deeper into relationship between SDG 16, 17, and Target 4.7, global citizen education. So based on the sharing yesterday, we are going to deeper and also more international dimension. In the last session 4, we want to develop our perspective and also future action plan. Especially this year, year 2020, was the 75th anniversary of UN. It was a UN General Assembly resolution, declaration, and also civil society engagement with the UN. And also this year is the starting of the UN Decade of Action to deliver SDGs by 2030. That's why the last session, so we want to, based on our discussion yesterday and today, we are going to have a common action plan as a part of our future strategies. So yesterday there was a guiding questions. Each session has 3 guiding questions. And today also 3 guiding questions. So I want to introduce 3 guiding questions. the first session 3, the first one is COVID-19 pandemic challenges to SDG 4.7 and also 16, because 3 speakers, they've been engaged in the SDG 16 and 4.7 and both. Second question is their organization response to those challenges. The last question is, how can you create a synergy or so-called nexus approach, not silo, the integrated approach on SDG 16 and also 4.7 in the context of COVID-19. So these are the 3 questions. So they are going to make presentations, 20 minutes each, according to the 3 guiding questions. Session 4 questions, I will introduce the next session. And then now, I'd like to introduce 3 speakers. They are already in the Zoom. And first speaker is Hashani Damadasa from New York. And she has been working on SDG 16. The topic is Global Initiative of SDG 16 Plus. Plus means SDG 16 should be the part of overall 17 SDGs. So she will explain a little bit more about why SDG 16 Plus, meaning of plus. So she's speaking from New York, the initiative of Pathfinders. And then second speaker is Cecilia Soriano from Philippines, ASBE, we call ASBE, Asia South Pacific Association for Basic and Adult Education. This is an international NGO working on 4.7 and also 16 in Asia Pacific. Third speaker from Australia, it's a very interesting initiative about positive peace and SDG 16. So Institute for Economic and Peace. She's from Australia, Patricia Garcia. Very interestingly, if you go to Busan UN Peace Museum, you will see the panel session presented by IEP, Global Peace Index. So that is from her organization. Okay, so we are very happy to have 3 speakers from different parts of the world, United States, New York, and Manila, and Sydney. Okay, now can we go back to the Zoom? This is the end of my presentation. Can you show everybody in the screen? So let's present all the speakers to audience before we begin. Sorry, I'm wearing the mask because this is a regulation these days in Busan, but I want to show shortly, take off my mask, show my face, so that it's a face-to-face meeting. Hello. Okay, can you show other speakers in the Zoom so that we can see all in one screen? Okay, there's some technical problems. So be patient. As you know, Zoom meeting, we are not all used to this type of new technologies, so we have to go slow, and soon we'll find a solution to these technical problems. So meanwhile, I'd like to let everybody know that after 20-minute presentation, we are going to take questions from floor. So that means you can write down your questions and comment in the YouTube or Zoom, whatever means available. And then I will take your questions and read for presenters so that they can answer your questions after their presentation. And also I can pick up your questions to put questions directly to them so that hopefully we can make more interactive, So now, Hashani, first speaker is Hashani from New York. Hashani, hello.
Hi, everyone.
Can you hear me?
Hi, everyone.
Yeah,
yes,
hello.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I hope we can see you soon. So what time is it now in New York?
It is now 11:14 p.m.
I'm so sorry, 11, okay, midnight.
It's quite late, but I'm very, very happy to be with you all. And it's unfortunate we couldn't be together in person in Busan, but we make difference. It's great to be here virtually.
So I still remember the good time we had together last year. You were here in Busan last year, right?
I remember some of the photos. It was lovely to see those.
Yeah, I hope you can come again next year.
I hope so too.
Okay, so now your topic is SDG 16. You have sent us a PowerPoint presentation. And then before you make a presentation, can you briefly introduce yourself, your organization? You are based in the New York University, right?
Yes, so my organization is called the Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just and Inclusive Societies. We are hosted in New York University Center for International Cooperation. It's a bit long, but the Pathfinders represents a global platform that brings together 38 governments from around the world, as well as over 150 organizations from the World Bank, from UN Women, from grassroots organizations, to businesses, all committed to accelerating implementation for peace, justice, and inclusion targets across the 2030 agenda.
Okay, Hashanik, can you briefly explain to us about the meaning of 16 plus? I mentioned in the introduction. What does it mean by plus, 16 plus?
So it's a great question. And maybe a bit of background history into the 2030 agenda. So as some of you know, and some of the panelists, SDG 16 was one of the most politically fraught goals to be negotiated. It literally got squared in and secured at sort of the Cinderella moment, this midnight hour. That's because it had so much infused around human rights, access to justice, violence prevention, all areas that a lot of governments, as well as partners, were very committed around, but found it very difficult to agree on the. So it wasn't just goal 16, there were targets across the 2030 agenda which reflected the same policy objectives, whether it was violence against children or promoting education, and as in target 4.7, promoting peace through education. So what the Pathfinders created the SDG 16 plus framework, which brought together not just the targets in goal 16, but all the targets across the 2030 agenda that directly mention peace, justice, and inclusion. And there are 36 targets across the agenda.
Okay, thank you for your clear explanation. I hope everybody understands why 16 plus is to avoid a silo, right? In terms of contents, there are many similar targets across the 17 the SDGs. Okay, and also one more question. This is to help participants understand, because sometimes these are so-called expert panel, and then ordinary people may not be able to follow all our discussion. That's why I want to raise a question from time to time to make sure that everybody understands. The second question is, you said Pathfinder is a multi-stakeholder initiative, right? That means you are based in university, but you are working with many partners, including government and civil society, right?
That's right. So we have 38 governments, which are the founding founding countries of Pathfinders. We also have partners from UN agencies to civil society like Civicus or Namati, as well as financial institutions like the World Bank.
So now you have a PowerPoint, right? Can you show your PowerPoint?
Yes.
And then you can present the main part of your presentation now.
So when I click share, it says host has disabled screen sharing. So I think there's a technology issue here that prevents me from sharing.
We understand, So
I think it may be on your end, actually, that prevents me from sharing.
If you want, we can put up PowerPoint from our side. Try first.
It says host disabled screen sharing.
Okay. I think we changed the setting. Maybe you can try again.
Yes. Okay. One second.
Okay, meanwhile, I want to say hello to Patricia and Cecilia. Can you say hello? Can you see me? Yeah, okay. Good to see you. So I will introduce one by one when you make a presentation. Sorry, the mask off. Okay, here we go.
So you can all see my screen?
Yes, right, yeah. So we can see.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. So Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's really lovely to meet with all of you. And as Alsamo mentioned, speaking on SDG 16 plus, as well as its connection with Target 4.7 and the importance of building peaceful, just and inclusive societies. I think it's important for us to be aware of the collective moment we face ourselves in, particularly in light of the pandemic. It's really hard to believe that 1.5 billion children have been affected by school closures due to the pandemic, and 1.8 billion children around the world have faced disrupted services due to the pandemic. And the statistics, I won't go through all of them, but they all relate to a large and growing problem around how children face obstacles to learn safely and in violence-free environments. From age 13 to 15, experiencing bullying with 1 to 3 children. And there are, as Ansama mentioned, it's the year 2020 and there are 10 years left to ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills that are necessary to build peaceful and inclusive societies, which is directly the target of 4.7. But it's also a historic time, as Ansel mentioned. It's a moment where the UN celebrated its 75th birthday, and the UN took an enormous endeavor in reaching out to countries, people around the world to have a global conversation to really understand what are people's hopes, fears, aspirations, and dreams for the future. And some of the key, indicators that came from that consultation are the ones that you see here. That 36% of the people around the world believe violence in the community will get worse by 2045. That armed conflict and political violence ranks as a third priority, an issue that will affect our future. And human rights ranks as a priority in the next 25 years. A lot of these consultations were gathered just before or around when the pandemic was first starting to take its scale. So one can only imagine how these areas have only just exacerbated or heightened. So cognizant that, human rights, violence prevention, injustice in this moment in time are so important. When the 2030 agenda was forged in 2015, as I mentioned earlier, SDG 16 was an incredibly difficult goal for countries and partners to secure. It got negotiated in right at the last moment. And there were a cluster of countries that really championed this initiative to ensure that SDG 16 was a part of the 2030 agenda. And when the 2030 agenda was closed, those cluster of countries recognized that it simply wasn't enough just to have the targets and the goals on a piece of paper, that there needed to be political leadership, momentum, a focus on actions, a focus on evidence and solutions, on strong messaging and narrative to show that possible change was indeed inevitable, if achievable, if countries and organizations work together. And so the Pathfinders was founded on this starting premise to various sectors into a driving platform for action for peace, justice, and inclusion. We first started with 20 organizations in 20 countries in 2016 and have now grown to around 38 member states, as well as over 150 organizations and international partnerships.
Hashani, could you please, which are the countries from? I see the Korean national flag and also yes. Timor-Leste. Can you identify more Asia Pacific countries? I guess Australia there, right?
Australia is here.
Yeah.
Asia Pacific. Indonesia is here.
Indonesia, Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka is South Asia, but yes.
Okay. So there are several countries from Asia. So I'm happy to see some Asian countries as a part of Pathfinder. Okay, thank you. Let's move to the next one. Yep.
And as I mentioned, a whole group of organizations that are actively involved in the Pathfinders, some of whom work very closely with KOICA. One of the first foundational steps for the Pathfinders was launching the Roadmap for Peaceful, Just and Inclusive Societies. It was first launched on the 72nd session of the General Assembly and updated last year. And it really provides almost a compass for how various countries and communities can work together to demonstrate progress on peace, justice, and inclusion. Not just looking at goal 16, but looking across the 2030 agenda. And why this is so important is, as someone mentioned, is the 2030 agenda was critical in demonstrating the interlinkages across the goals and showing that progress on development requires breaking down the silos. And if we were to look at what achieving peaceful society means, it requires showing progress, not just on various targets of goal 16 that relate to peace, but across targets across the 2030 agenda that directly mention peace, including 4.7, a culture of peace and nonviolence, violence against children, 16.2, safe migration, 10.7, or promoting safe educational facilities, 4.A, safe housing, 11.1. If we take a look at building just societies, again, not just a focus on goal 16, but across the 2030 agenda, discrimination against women and children, 5.1. Again, you see 4.7, education on human rights and gender equality. And then finally, inclusive societies, not just the mention of goal 16 targets, but across the 2030 agenda, again, noting 4.7, the promotion of global citizenship. So once this roadmap was launched, the Pathfinders has more or less worked as a docking station, bringing together countries, organizations to focus on actions. And the way that we do this is across 3 objectives: by driving national implementation, increasing national ambition and reporting. So what is happening at a country level, demonstrating that progress is achievable and measuring that progress. International delivery, this is really building that momentum at an international and regional level, just like this conference here today, providing spaces and opportunities for learning and engagement. And then what we call the 3 grand challenges, providing platforms, almost like campaigns for countries and organizations to drive the agenda forward on specific political priorities. And our bird's eye view as a community, as an SDG 16 plus community, is the SDG Summit 3. This is sort of the halfway mark of the 2030 agenda. It was started in 2015 and it ends in 2030. The SDG Summit in 2023 is a halfway mark. At this point, we must show that a demonstrative progress has been made on the SDG 16 plus targets. And we must also identify areas that are gaps, areas that are lagging, areas that are worthy and necessary and vital for investment in order to achieve the second half of the road to 2030. So as I mentioned, the Pathfinders have created what we call these 3 grand challenges, which activate global platforms or coalitions, high ambition coalitions that bring together governments, civil society, and international organizations. 3 that you see here: halving global violence by 2030. So this is a 50% reduction in all forms of violence. Inequality and exclusion, really tackling the areas which inhibit inclusive growth. And then justice for all, so shifting from a world where justice is only available to a few, to justice systems and justice services that protect all communities. So starting with the Grand Challenge on Justice, this was launched in 2017, and it brought together the governments, the ministers of justice from Argentina, Sierra Leone, and the Netherlands, and brought together a whole community of justice partners from Open Society, the World Bank, the World Justice Project. And one of the key findings of this was that it discovered that 5.1 billion people at any point of time are deprived of justice. And this was a foundational discovery last year. One can only imagine that justice challenges or access to justice has been further compromised because of pandemic. We have recently launched a series of publications and briefs together with UN Women, NMASI, and IDEALO, various organizations that perhaps know quite well, which really respond to what are the justice priorities or struggles for people, everyday people, whether it is filing for divorce, whether it is providing rent, making sure that your house isn't taken away because you weren't able to pay your mortgage, various justice challenges, but how courts have been really innovative through technology, either through working through grassroots justice providers, various initiatives and innovations that can really propel not just how we respond to justice challenges now, but even when the pandemic is no longer our everyday existence, how can these innovations really propel in closing that justice gap? Our second grand challenge or coalition brings together a few countries that you see here, including the Republic of Korea, around a cluster of areas in tackling inequality and exclusion. I won't go through this in much length, but they include, for example, inclusive social protection, housing and social exclusion, focusing on civic space, and brings together a whole community of organizations like OECD and Oxfam. And the focus of this coalition is to find politically viable solutions to address inequality and exclusion. So really understanding how governments have worked with communities, with various organizations to really push through very courageous and impactful policies that have been politically viable, not just great as an academic front. And then our most recent campaign is that of halving violence by 2030. So this is, as I said, a 50% reduction of all forms of violence, whether it is violence against children, violence against women, urban violence, or human rights or conflict-related violence. And our major objective is to really ignite a campaign that was very similar to what was done with the MDGs, with ending poverty or halving poverty, is to really build or galvanize a movement that unites various prevention communities that is currently very, very fragmented. When you talk to communities about violence against children or violence against women, it's very hard to talk about common or shared solutions. This again goes to Anselma's point about breaking the silos. Even when it comes to violence prevention, it's very, very, very disconnected. So the ambition for this coalition is to bring the community, violence prevention communities together to talk about shared solutions, shared strategies for how to tackle violence in our lifetime. And one of our key initiatives is Peace in Our Cities. What we've noticed ever so recently, 5 to 10 years, is how city leaders are really stepping up action on the SDGs. And that's ever so much more important now with the pandemic. We're really seeing how mayors and city leaders are really addressing not just the pandemic, but violence prevention and the rise of domestic violence, for instance. And this initiative is specifically focused on a 50% reduction of urban violence by 2030. And this is a growing group of mayors as well as civil society and international organizations, spanning cities from Jordan to Sri Lanka to Mexico to the US to Kenya. And we hope this city group will continue to rise in leadership. And then just most recently, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, the pandemic has seen a rise in violence. It's seen a rise of challenges in classrooms. Classrooms are the forefront of the pandemic, either closing or children struggling to learn safely. And even though in this midst of struggle, it's also a critical moment for opportunity. And we're seeing how communities, countries, and various sectors are coming together to show leadership. And one excellent example are two calls to action that were recently issued, one by Pathfinder members who in their call to action made very specific policy objectives that they said they will commit to in order to tackle violence, injustice, and growing exclusion and inequality, and how they will tackle that together. And then a separate but parallel call to action by civil society and organizations from over 42 countries around the world who in similar fashion said we stand up for SDG 16+ and provided very, very concrete policy objectives for how they would do that. And I encourage you to both to take a look at this on the site if you have the moment. So before I end, I'll just end by saying that, as Ansami mentioned, we are now in this decade of action. We have 10 years left to achieve the dream and ambition of the 2030 agenda as it was envisioned 5 years ago. And for us, we are in this moment of change and opportunity where we can both address and course correct our direction to achieve those aspirations of the 2030 agenda. And the Pathfinders is focusing upon this in three ways. We are focused and dedicated to building and maintaining that political will, working with the leaders to pursue ambitious and concrete actions to end violence, to tackle inequality and exclusion, particularly for young learners and the challenges that they face with the pandemic and school attendance. For us, it's also about showing new actions and progress and stories and lessons learned. And this is so important to show that progress is indeed achievable. We're in a moment where the trends are in a negative state, and we need to show that progress is possible. And that is important to show that that sense of fatalism can be defeated by stories of hope, stories of progress. And part of the Pathfinders is bringing those stories to an international level. And then our second objective is again driving that country action, as I mentioned, supporting and empowering government and national actors at all levels to ensure that progress in SDG 16+ is country-led and country-inspired. And for us, what we've seen most particularly is with the pandemic, that the importance of integrated multi-sectoral initiatives are so important, that when we're tackling violence against children, for example, so much must not just focus on education sectors, but also health, also justice, and bringing those communities and sectors together is really, really critical. And then also focusing on the hotspots. Where are we seeing incidents of violence, for example, see an uptick, or where are we seeing implementation gaps? We must focus on those hotspots to ensure that no one is left behind in the journey towards 2030. And then objective is really empowering a global movement in this time of digital opportunity and this need for connection. We've seen how global campaigns like Black Lives Matter, Me Too, climate change activism has really inspired all generations, from the old to the young, all sectors, from business to civil. We've seen sort of the heartbeat of this moment in time, and we must ensure that peace, justice, and inclusion, SDG 16+, remains a global priority in the pandemic era. This is even more important for young learners, and ensuring that they return back safely. And safe also means violence. We also must provide moments to reward progress, to shine a light on innovation, and those global moments, those regional conferences
capacity
are really, really important, like this conference today. And then finally, I think we've all recognized the importance of youth activism, and achieving the dream of 2030 really requires us to focus on listening, empowering, and working with youth, which are truly the generation that will benefit from our progress. So I will end by saying thank you so much, KOICA and fellow panelists, and very happy to continue the conversation. And please do follow us on Twitter, as well as visit our website.
Okay, thank you, Hashani. Thank you very much. I think it was a very comprehensive and also clear and a very systematic presentation. I believe that everybody understands, although there are a lot of content, I believe everybody understands very clearly. And also your very impressive graphic and infographic, so thank you very much. I think participants may find it very interesting, including me, because your initiative is not only vertical. Vertical means global, the national, local, but also horizontal, right? Especially in the field of peace, justice, and inclusion. As you know, I've been conducting training about SDG, particularly 16. I use the term PhD, SDG 16, PhD means peace, human rights, democracy, which is another, the word for peace, justice, and inclusion, right? So in this sense, I think the connectivity or intersectionality within SDG 16 and also with other SDGs, I think Pathfinders is one of the perfect platform whether we can make a really connection, for synergy. So thank you for your presentation once again. And also here, as you know, this is a Busan initiative. I hope Busan may find interesting to join this one of the initiative, Peace in Our Cities. Okay, so I will help you to connect to Busan so that next year we can see some more cities from Korea. Is there any member from South Korea, the cities, the part of your initiative?
Unfortunately, no.
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet.
Let's try to make a Busan first one, and then together with
Let's try.
Yeah, all right, thank you very much. So
thank you.
Let's move to the next presentation. Next presentation is Cecilia Thea Soriano. Can I call you Thea? Is your nickname, right? Thea?
Yes, please. Yes.
She's from ASBE. You are in now Manila, right? Manila.
Yes,
okay.
I'm now in Manila.
How is the Manila situation? Still lockdown?
No,
Manila?
The lockdown has been lifted in Metro Manila, but we are allowed to move around, but there are restrictions.
Restrictions.
Yeah, you have to have a mask and a face shield when you go outside, and also there's restriction in terms of the number of people in the office or in the restaurant. So there's a lot of restrictions.
Yeah. So I think you are speaking from home, right, or office? Okay.
I'm speaking from home.
Okay, good. So she's going to speak about SDG target 4.7 and 16. The ASBE is a grassroots-based the NGO. So she will tell us about what people are doing, in the face of COVID-19 in terms of the global citizen education. Okay, now we have about 20 minutes. You have also the PowerPoint, right?
Yes, please. I have, Anselmo.
Please.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm very fortunate and happy to be with you all in the Busan Democracy Forum. And we're happy to share what we're doing in our network. But give me a few minutes to show my screen. So, Just a few more seconds.
Okay, don't worry, take time. We are learning how to use all these new technologies.
That's right.
You can make it bigger, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So we have been invited several times to the Busan Democracy Forum, and this is our first time to participate as a speaker in the forum, and we're happy that we're able to make it. And I'm, as mentioned by Anselmo, I'm working with ASPE, the Asia South Pacific Association for Basic and Adult Education, and I'm going to focus on a few programs that our members are implementing on SDG 4.7 as it builds on SDG 16 and the other SDGs. My presentation is from practice to policy. Usually we hear about policy to practice, but because I'm starting from the civil society practice, so we do practice and then demonstrate that these practices can be done and scaled up, can be policies and can be scaled up at the national level. So that is our work within ASWE, making sure that the practices that we do translates to a national level or even international level policy. And that's why our relationship with our members at the country level is very important. So just a short background on ASBE. We are a civil society network of 200 organizations and individuals. We have national education coalitions in our network, and we are present in 30 countries. And we have members from South Asia, Southeast Asia, South Pacific, which includes Australia. So Patricia, we have a member in Australia. And in East Asia, we have members in Japan, Mongolia, China, and Korea. And then recently, in the past few years, we have an increase in numbers of members in Central Asia. So now we have decided that with the number of Central Asian countries, we have formed Central Asia as another sub-region for the organization. So as I mentioned, I'm going to present with you the practices from ASBE members, and I'm very happy that Harshani provided the overall framework, and these are practices that we are doing within that overall framework. There's a lot of interventions that we have been doing around COVID-19, but I'm going to focus on 4. So one is on gender responsive disaster response. And this framework has been generated by our member in Indonesia way back before the pandemic. But it would be good to look at it as a framework for proceeding with the pandemic response. And we have learned so much from this framework in doing our own country level work. And then of course, I'm going to share the applied digital literacy from India, the positive discipline trainings and engagements in the Philippines. And then I will end with the youth-led action research done by young people from marginalized communities during COVID-19. This is done from April to August of this year by young people from marginalized communities. So let me start with the gender-responsive lifelong learning framework in emergency crisis. And as I mentioned, this is a framework generated by our member from Indonesia, Female-Headed Household Empowerment Program, or PACA in Indonesia. As we know, in Indonesia, they have a lot of disasters. They have typhoons, tsunami, volcanic eruption, earthquakes. And with the intense disasters in Indonesia, the civil society organizations, they always have to respond, especially in marginalized communities. Now, any disaster creates multidimensional conflicts in the community, and therefore any disaster should be seen within the SDG 16 lens. It's not only providing humanitarian response, which is the first step that we do, emergency response. But because of the insecurities, the lack of food, lack of shelter, lack of resources, and even a lot of gender violence, then the peace building should be integrated in the humanitarian response. And for PACA, it is also important to look also at the gender responses, because men and women, boys and girls, they have specific needs when it comes to the emergency response. So what PACA does is to have a gender checklist where they look at the needs of women and men, boys and girls. They also look at the inclusion, participation of all in the decision making in the emergency response, especially looking at community responses and not only being driven by international responses. And after the emergency response, as we know, it's important to move towards reconstruction and rehabilitation. And in this process, community participation, making sure that women are participating, because in Indonesia, women are not allowed to have also their own land titles. So this has become a debate in reconstruction and rehabilitation, because it's only the males or the men who are entitled to land titles. And when the tsunami hit in Indonesia, female-headed households were left without land to build their houses on. So this is an issue that has to be, that's why PACA has been working on a gender responsive and gender just reconstruction and rehabilitation. And then this framework also says that whatever reconstruction and rehabilitation we do should be integrated and sustained. And therefore, PACA works around policy and program development with the government, going into the prevention and anticipation, making sure that there is disaster risk reduction and management at the community level. There are policies, enabling policies at the national level. And of course, there is financing provided by the government in all of these 4 stages. So our members learned so much from this gender responsive lifelong learning framework in emergency crisis of PACA, making sure that education, interaction, knowledge building, documentation is part of the humanitarian response and reconstruction. So now I go to another program undertaken by our member in India. And this is in response not only to the need for information during the pandemic, but also importantly, the need to address the gender violence, increasing gender violence happening in India and also in other parts of South Asia. Nirantar in India, when the pandemic hit, they have been working with women illiterates before the pandemic. And when the pandemic hit, the main problem is how do women from marginalized communities get access to information when everything is online? They're not able to go out of their houses. They're not able to communicate with their women organizations. So, and there's a lot of gender violence happening at home because of the tensions created by the pandemic. And of course, because of patriarchy. Now, Nirantar working on women, they immediately put together a digital app, which is called Applied Digital Literacy, or AppDil. Let me just move this one. Applied Digital Literacy, or AppDil. What this AppDil contains? It contains information on basic literacy, numeracy skills. It also provided information on dairy cooperative, because a lot of their women are working with the dairy industry. It also included information on leadership building. What can you do during the pandemic? Who to contact? Which government agency is providing relief and support? And how can women work together to get access to this relief? So these are some of the information provided in the AppDil. There are also audiovisual aids as part of the training learning materials prepared by women and Nirantar based on the needs and experiences of women in marginalized communities. And with the use of AppDil, the women are also exposed to a pedagogy where they build their confidence to use their technology. Women from marginalized communities do not have access to mobile or internet, but even mobile, is really a challenge for them. But so what happened is that when they learned about AppDil, the women were encouraged to buy their own mobile. They had to negotiate with their family, I need to have my own mobile phone. But anyway, AppDil is very important because it provides technical skills and knowledge, but with a gender perspective, because as we know, technology is not neutral. This is something that we must shape for our needs and shape based on a gender perspective. So that is what Nirantar is doing. So as I mentioned, so what are the impact of APDIL? So teachers and women bought basic mobile phones. So as I mentioned, they were encouraged because in this case, the knowledge led to access. They were so excited to try their own, their own way of using APDIL, that they negotiated with the family that they need to have the mobile phone. And women started using this mobile phone to get information about livelihoods, what they can do in terms of products. So it enabled them to strengthen their livelihoods and opportunities for getting connected. It also enabled them to get, as I mentioned, access to over their devices and negotiated mobility. Because during the pandemic, they don't know where to go. But because of the information provided through APDIL, the women now know, where to go, where do I get relief, who to talk with, and how to get social protection. And for the teachers, of course, they were able to connect with their students, and they had a session with the learners, and the learners shared their experiences regarding burden of work. Many of the students, even young and children, they have been burdened with work, having stayed at home during the pandemic. And even in Mongolia, the children and the young students were saying that with the TV, they cannot focus their attention on the studies because they have to do domestic work. So that is what happened to the students when they stayed at home. And of course, the online forums provided by APDIL made, facilitated the exchanges across teachers and built their capacities, learning from each other how to use the online education technology, so on and so forth.
Thea, sorry, but I want to be more cautious of time. You spend more than 10 minutes. Okay. You have many more slides, right? So
yes.
Please,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. So just one more on the APDIL. It was able, through a coalition of 7 organizations, APDIL and digital literacy was able to connect to over 160,000 families through online and offline platforms. And they were able to connect women and girls in the field through WhatsApp and video calls. And through this digital literacy, the communities were able to have exchanges and deal with their tensions like gender violence and discrimination. But because we know this is still a problem, but at least it facilitated exchanges on these issues. So one more, because of the time, I would just like to say that positive discipline, so this is the initiative in the Philippines, and this INET Philippines has been doing positive discipline towards culture of peace before the pandemic. And what they have done, they have been doing this positive discipline training in schools and in communities since 2012. And through their experience, they have produced a primer for Filipino teachers on positive discipline. They also connected with the local government units by working with the child protection community. So it's not only learning that they did in the community, but to enable child protection, they also work with the local governments, because there are so many policies and legislations in the Philippines that protect the children, but these are not really implemented because the local government units, mayors and government officials themselves, they do not know about these child protection policies. So how can they implement that? So they also work with the Office of Civil Defense when it comes to child abuse. So this is like the strategy of INET Philippines. So you can see the interconnection of their work in the education sector and also in the other sectors within the community. So as we mentioned, when working for SDG 4.7 and SDG 16, it has to be intersectoral, interagency, intergovernmental. So what have they done during the pandemic? Because we know that violence increased so much during the pandemic. So INET started with their positive discipline and community engagements during the pandemic. They worked with 4 provinces, 10 schools, 200 teachers and 200 parents, including youth mentors, in ensuring that there is positive discipline even during the time of the pandemic and even when the schools are closed. So you can see in the picture some of the meetings and some of the online trainings conducted by ENET Philippines. So now this is to my last slide. And so we say from practice to policy, and we have learned so many lessons and policy recommendations from our practice. And we say that SDG 4.7 should be integrated in SDG 16 and the other SDGs. SDG 4.7 should be aligned. It should, and one of the recommendations under SDG 4.7 is really institutionalize awareness raising. SDG 4.7 is not a project. It should be institutionalized. Different stakeholders should be enabled to participate. And we already mentioned multi-stakeholder, intersectoral. Curriculum development should be inclusive. It should go beyond the education, the school system. We say that it extends from the school to the community and vice versa. And lastly, we should harness the youth energies and their knowledge in SDG 4.7. And with this, I would like to share with you the short video that we have prepared. This is the youth-led action research of young people conducted during the pandemic. So thank you so much. And this is, the video is my last slide.
Okay, thank you, Tia. You are going to show the video, right? Video clip?
Okay, so I can do that. Yes, I can do the video.
How long is the video clip?
It's only, 3 minutes.
Okay, let's 3 minutes. I think they give us the feeling, what's really happening on the ground, how people respond creatively, So let's see video clips.
Yes.
Before pandemic, International Labour Organization reported that almost half of these young people are jobless. Current pandemic has aggravated the situation. Many young people from marginalized communities are facing severe challenges. They have lost their income and face difficulties in accessing social protection and relief assistance.
Yung pagkain sa araw-araw, lalo na hindi na yung sa lugar namin hindi na bibigyan ng relief goods, walang dumarating galing sa barangay.
Sebenarnya sudah betul-betul sama sekali tidak ada mau alternatif lain juga sudah dipikir, tapi memang betul-betul karena dilarang di шаардлагатай тусламжтай дэмжлэг үзүүлэхгүй байгаа нь харагдсан. За үүний тод жишээ бол залуу хүмүүс ажлынхаа цомготголд орчихсан. Үүнээс болоод өрхийн сарын орлого нь байхгүй болж банк санхүүгийн байгууллага гашаа байшин өөрийн эд хөрөнгөө барьцаасан байсан. Тэд нар бүгд алдаж өдөр хоногийнхоо хоолыг аргацааж байгаа. Энэ дүр зураг бол бидний өмнө их харагдсан. सरकारने ऑनलाईन शिक्षण सुरू करण्याचं ठरवलेलं आहे. पण गावाकडे प्रॉब्लेम हा आहे की तिकडे अजिबात फोन सुद्धा करायला रेंज नसते, तर ऑनलाईन शिक्षण होणं तर शक्यच नाहीये. कमी लोकांनीच मिळून लग्न करायचं आणि कमी खर्चात लग्न करायचं. त्याच्यामुळे मग मुलींचे पालक पण लवकर म्हणजे खर्च कमी व्हावा याच्यासाठी मुलींचे पटापट लग्न करतात. Social media र कोही चाहिँ एकअर्कामा अट्र्याक्सन भइसकेपछि चाहिँ सानै उमेरमा विचार गर्ने যেমন তাছাড়া আমাদের বিকাশের প্রবলেম হয়েছে, কারণ যেহেতু আমরা বাইরে যেতে পারতেছি না, আমাদের
Okay, thank you very much. Well done. I think these are very touching stories from the ground. I think these are real people's life and their struggle. They remind me of the, these days the famous song "Life Goes On." This is a BTS album. This is a real life goes on the ground. So thank you for reminding us ground reality. This is the reason that we are having this conference together to how to change, how to make a positive impact on the ground. Okay, thank you once again. So let's move to the next one. As we see, the first one is a more global framework, and the second one is a real struggle on the ground. So how to connect these two, global, national, and local. But now third intervention is from the positive peace perspective, as I introduced, and becoming very popular in Asia, so also in South Korea as well. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to learn about how to apply this positive peace in the context of COVID-19 in relation to SDG target 47 and then 16. Patricia, you are speaking from Sydney, right? Australia. How is your micro on, please? But yes.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, you are speaking from Sydney now, right?
Yes, that's right.
How is still Sydney lockdown now, or you can move around?
We are not in lockdown, and fortunately we are able to move around. We've had quite a lot of restrictions lifted, and I think many of us are very much looking forward to being able to travel around our country, which has been under heavy restrictions with borders closed between different states for several months.
Okay, so it's the beginning of summer, right? Here is the beginning of winter.
That's right. It's a very warm day today, actually, at Selmo. It's about 26 degrees to 28 degrees today. So a very warm start for our summer.
Yes, because we are very afraid of, the third wave of pandemic here in South Korea because of the winter, Winter makes things worse, So you are summer, so we are jealous of you, You are better situation in terms of weather, Okay, thank you for once again participating. So now we have about 20 minutes. You have also PowerPoint, right? Please go ahead. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Anselmo, and thank you very much. It's a great, well, it's actually a privilege and a great pleasure to be invited to participate in the Busan Democracy Forum. My name is Patricia Garcia. I am the Partnership Development Manager at Institute for Economics and Peace. And Institute for Economics and Peace is an independent, non-partisan, not-for-profit think tank that is dedicated to shifting the world's focus on peace to a positive, tangible, and achievable measure of human well-being and development. And we aim to develop new conceptual frameworks of defining peacefulness, providing metrics that measure peace, and to create a better understanding of the socio-cultural, economic, and political factors that drive peace. Since 2016, IEP has also been engaged in in-country programmatic activities to deliver positive peace workshops. We also conduct an IEP Ambassadors Program, which is a core activity of our peace education programming. And this IEP Ambassadors Program is an online training program that equips learners with the knowledge of IEP's research, methodologies, and tools so that they can apply this knowledge to execute projects that promote peace within their communities and organizations. Many of you might know that IEP pioneered the empirical study of peace, and most notably through the groundbreaking Global Peace Index, which measures the absence of violence or the fear of violence in 163 countries, which represents 99.7% of the world's total population. As well as this Global Peace Index, IEP has also developed the Positive Peace Framework, which is a set of interrelated factors, or what we call pillars. And these 8 pillars of positive peace are really if you like, key to be able to track and support the measures that drive peace. And I'll talk a little bit more about the positive peace framework later on. I'd just like to mention some of the key products and services that we provide, and as well as the Global Peace Index, which I mentioned earlier. We have the Positive Peace Index, which, as I mentioned, through the Positive Peace framework. And I think of interest for this session, last year, IEP produced 2 reports, and one of them, I'll just hold it up here, is the SDG 16 Plus Progress Report, and also the SDG 16 in the Pacific region report. These 2 reports were presented at the high-level political forum on SDG 16 Plus at the UN in New York in July last year. And our most recent new report that has just come out a couple of months ago is our Ecological Threat Register. This report, this Ecological Threat Register analyzes a country's risk from population growth, water stress, food insecurity, rising temperatures, natural disasters, and sea level rise. And we aim through this report to show a nation's exposure to ecological risks. And this report contains tools to show the links between peace, climate, and ecological risks, and also provide some opportunities for interventions to deal with this. So all our reports are available on IEP's website, visionofhumanity.org, where we provide all our reports and publications online.
Patricia, the website name once again, Vision for Humanity, right?
Yes, our reports and publications are all on our website, which is called Vision of Humanity. Visionofhumanity.org. Visionofhumanity.org.
Okay.
So
Patricia, you have a PowerPoint, right? You can use your PowerPoint.
I can start now.
Yeah, okay. These are the excellent reports. So we can use this one for our advocacy activities. Okay, so now PowerPoint.
Just
yeah, so we can see now. You can
make that on full screen.
We can click the bottom.
Full screen.
Yeah, full screen.
Full screen. Where are we?
I think the bottom.
Bottom?
Move your cursor to the bottom. There is a
full screen. I can't seem to see where it is now.
Bottom of your screen.
Yes.
There is a few icons. Oh, never mind. Still we can see. No problem. You can.
Now you share?
No, it's okay. It's okay. If you cannot find, please go ahead with this one. We can watch. It's big enough. Big enough.
Where's the full screen? No. Full screen. Okay. Can you all see that?
Yes. Okay.
Sorry, just I want to take a, sorry about the delay. Just suddenly sorry about this. Just wanting to show that the slide there, SDG tree, I use the concept of the tree for the SDGs as we know, because I wanted to get to people to understand that the SDG represents a system, and as a system, then we must understand the importance that as a system we have a lots of interconnectedness that occurs in a system. You have internal, external factors, you have inputs, you have feedback loops, you have pathways, and the SDGs, all of the SDG 17s together actually form a system. And as we can see, I put it as a tree because it is a dynamic. It is not a static system or a static concept. It is actually something that is always moving and dynamic, and that is the reason why we always work in a form of working in transformation, because the whole idea about the SDGs is that we are trying to transform our world for a better future, and that transformational approach is actually integral to all the actions and solutions and collaborations that we are doing. So it's looking at SDGs as a system. I just wanted to go back to emphasize the underlying three principles of the SDGs agenda, being firstly, with the 17 interrelated goals and 169 targets, it is about the 5 Ps: people, peace, planet, prosperity, and partnership. And also that we have 3 principles underlying the SDGs agenda, which is universality, that all the goals and are universal, they belong to everyone, and they are for everyone. And the second importance is the interconnectedness, or sometimes we say interconnectivity of the goals. And this, in many ways, for people who work in the education field, is a very important concept, because the notion of interconnectivity in relation to the SDG agenda requires transdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary thinking and practice. And this is one of the things that is, I think, an important area in how we are being able to look at the nexus between SDG 4.7 and SDG 16+. The other key principle underlying the SDGs is the leave no one behind principle. And again, emphasizing the importance about social inclusion and the fact that the goals are underrooted by human rights norms and principles. And for this reason, we want to also create a reason for hope, particularly for the generation, the young generation and future generation, that we are able to show that this agenda will make sure that we will leave no one behind. So it gives us a reason for hope in terms of being able to apply this principle. I think the SDG 4.7 has already been mentioned in the previous presentations, so I don't want to repeat that, but what I wanted to show is just highlight, particularly for the relationship for IEP, is that in the target 4.7, which is a related goal, of course, to SDG 16, is the mention of not only global citizenship, education for sustainable development, human rights, gender equality, but also the promotion of culture of peace and nonviolence, which is a key area of the work that IEP particularly has a very, very strong interest in. And we do our best, as I explained earlier and mentioned, in our peace education activities, such as our positive peace workshops, our IEP ambassador program, and many of the other research education materials and resources we provide, is very much connected to wanting to promote a culture of peace and nonviolence. And then we also have the important theme of cultural diversity, which is promoting inclusion and diversity and social cohesion in society. So these are, to me, just wanting to identify these key the key areas of focus in SDG 4.7, because for me, they are very much connected. And for example, the issue of culture is running through this whole theme. And we have to look at culture not as we have to look at culture as the word cultivate. It comes from the word cultivate as a verb, and it is about planting a seed or planting a tree and watching it grow and being able to provide the resources that a plant needs or a tree needs to grow. And the word cultivate is very, very important here, because we need to be in a position to understand that these concepts we are talking about, whether it's human rights, whether it's global citizenship, sustainable, they are all dynamic, organic concepts. They are subject to change, and these are the culture of this is an important theme to be able to educate people about these concepts. SDG 16, as I mentioned before, I thought one of the things I'd like to mention about the actual SDG 16 for IEP, this was an important milestone, because many of you would have remembered that of all the goals, the last goal to be accepted as part of the 17 goals was SDG 16. And that was because, as you all know, in the Millennium Development Goals, there was no peace goal. So it took quite a lot of discussion and negotiation to have included SDG 16. And IEP had some influence in the inclusion of SDG 16, because the measures that we have in our Global Peace Index and our Positive Peace Index are also included in the 12 targets of SDG 16. So we feel that this was an important milestone for us, that we were able to have an influence in the inclusion of SDG 16 in the SDG agenda. Just very quickly, the COVID-19 and progress on SDGs, as has been mentioned before, the impact of COVID has had severe negative impacts on most SDGs. And we can now see that we need to have some very, very important transformations that we urgently need to address to be able to recover from the COVID-19 outbreak. And in some regions, there has been significant progress on SDGs despite the COVID pandemic. And we have seen that Asian countries have progressed most on SDGs since 2015. And also Asian countries have also responded most effectively to COVID-19 outbreak. I mentioned on the current SDG index ranking that Korea is ranked 20 out of 166, and I think this is a very, very good ranking and score for Korea for this year. My country, Australia, has actually been going down and has not showed progress on the SDG ranking. In fact, this year we're ranked 37, and last year we were 38, and we have dropped from 2015, where we were ranked 17, right down to now, where we are now at 37. So that's a drop of 20 points. So I don't really want to say too much other than Australia has not really shown progress in relative to many of our Asian neighbors. The transformations, I just wanted to mention the 6 transformations that have been mentioned in the SDG 2020 report as ones that will hopefully be able to accelerate the SDG 2030 agenda, include transforming the education gender inequality area, which is what we are going to be talking about today in our session, health, well-being, demography, energy, decarbonization, sustainable industry, sustainable food, land, water and oceans, sustainable cities and communities, and digital revolution for sustainable development. These are the 6 priority transformations that are being encouraged for countries and communities to accelerate to be able to achieve the SDGs by 2030. I want to talk about how the mainstreaming of the culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, education for sustainable development, including gender equality and human rights, which I mentioned are the core themes in SDG 47, how we could mainstream all of these at all levels, because that actually is the action transformation that we need to be able to create if we are going to move from words to action, and if we want to accelerate actions and solutions and collaboration. SDG 16 as a catalyst for development, as many know, we cannot have peace without development, and we cannot have development without peace. So hence, that is why in this SDG 4.7, we are actually including the peace and development nexus very closely together. And that's why it is important that we can mainstream this peace and development concept through all levels, whether it is national government level, regional level, or local level. The SDG 16, I would like to just say that Harshani, I used to work with the United Nations Association of Australia, where I participated in quite a lot of conferences that involved pathfinders. So I'm here wanting to show that we also want to support SDG 17 and work in partnership and collaboration. And wherever we can, we try to promote a lot of the work that Pathfinders is doing, because as working with SDG 16+, we are also wanting to contribute in a way that we are also working in partnership by implementing SDG 17. And the peaceful societies, just societies, inclusive societies, are the key areas as we in IEP also look at. And if you look at our competencies that we require to look at these three areas, if we look at peaceful societies, for example, reduce violence and insecurity, or promote rights, justice, rule of law, or good governance and inclusion, we not only need to look at these concrete, if you like, technical ideas, we also need to look at what we call the soft skills. And in the soft skills, I talk about the importance of competencies that we need to be able to educate people and learners about the importance about empathy, shared universal values, conflict resolution, ability to communicate and collaborate with others, a sense and security of identity, respect for diversity, intercultural understanding, and recognition of global issues, interconnectedness, and the importance in that area, for example, the importance of international cooperation like ODA. I'd now like to talk more about IEP's positive peace framework, which I mentioned before. Positive peace, as defined by IEP, represents the attitudes, institutions, and structures that create and sustain peaceful societies. Here we have the 8 pillars, and as you can see, the 8 pillars are all interconnected. Just like the SDGs at 17 are interconnected, with our 8 pillars of positive peace, they are also all interconnected, and each one affects each other, and they also can be in a way, can be able to have positive benefits for each other by supporting each other. So those 8 pillars are well-functioning government, equitable distribution of resources, free flow of information, good relations with neighbours, high level of human capital, acceptance of the rights of others, low level of corruption, and sound business environment. If you look at those 8 pillars, when we actually go down to looking at the breakdown of those 8 pillars, you will see a direct correlation with the SDG Goal 16 12 targets. And I hope you will be able then to see why IEP's positive peace framework can be used to be able to have the data you need to address the targets in SDG 16. The IEP Positive Peace Framework also provides a common language to be able to engage different stakeholders, whether you're from government, whether you're from private sector, whether you're working with NGOs, to be able to have a common language to look at how you could address SDG 16 through this Positive Peace Framework. The Positive Peace Framework also supports a whole of systems approach. We are introducing here again the systems thinking. And it's an integrated way of looking at problems and also finding solutions in a more integrated or what we call a whole of systems approach. When we say whole of system, we say the whole of the system is greater than the sum of the individual parts. And I hope that makes sense to many of you who can see how those who understand systems theory can see the link and how we could use this framework as a way of having a common language to bring people of different sectors, different backgrounds together to talk about peace. I thought I'd just give some examples of how IEP has been able to measure positive peace in different countries. And I thought I'd give some examples of this through the positive peace in South Korea. South Korea is currently ranked 24 in the Positive Peace Index of 2019.
Patricia, can you,
Yes?
some of you, we have only 10 minutes left for Q&A and discussion. Maybe you can summarize in the less than 1 minute about South Korea.
Oh, all right. Then I'll just go through this very quickly. And then in Asia Pacific region, South Korea ranks 5th highest positive peace country behind New Zealand, Australia, Singapore, and Japan. And I think the most important thing is here is that the top performing pillar of positive peace over the past decade was sound business environment, followed by free flow of information. This underpins a strong economic and technological development in South Korea. However, as with the global trends, there was a deterioration in the level of corruption in the country. I give another example in India of the positive peace ranking and score in India. India has been ranked 92 in the Positive Peace Index of 2019, placing the country in the high peace category. In the South Asia region, India ranks 3rd highest positive peace country behind Bhutan and Sri Lanka. India's positive peace score again was in 2019 3.25, and this represents a 3.3 improvement over the past decade. The top performing pillar of positive peace for India was sound business environment, followed by low levels of corruption. This underpins the strong economic and technological development in the country, in contrast to the global trends. The pillar low level of corruption improved in India over the past decade, albeit from a low base. Then I'll just take the last country, Thailand. Observations on positive peace ranking and score in Thailand. Thailand is ranked 77th in the Positive Peace Index, placing the country in the high peace category. In the Asia Pacific region, Thailand ranks 10th highest positive peace country. Again, the top performing pillar of positive peace over the past decade was high level of human capital, followed by sound business environment. This reflects the economic and technological development in the country, and also they had very strong tourism, economic and technological performance. And again, there was a deterioration in the low levels of corruption. So I think I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Patricia, for your very comprehensive presentation, which helps us a lot to understand Goal 4.716 from positive peace perspective. With this presentation, I would like to pose common questions for all of you. You know, you are speaking about 4.7 and 16 from different perspectives. One is global, grassroots, and also research and advocacy networking point of view. But common question is, as Dia mentioned, there are two. One is a nexus approach. That means linking actually 16 to 4.7. Obviously, you can see peace and human rights, both 16 and 4.7. right, in terms of education. But now question is, as they are mentioned, how to mainstream, mainstream the 16 and 4.7 in the all SDGs. As Patricia mentioned, you said whole of system, because according to the UN terminologies or proposals, there is a concept of whole of government approach and whole of society approach. And now we are adding whole of SDG approach, so-called triple approach, whole of government, whole of society, and whole of SDG, which means the mainstreaming the 16 and 17. So my question to all of you, so based on your presentation and also experience, how we can work together to mainstream the 4.7 and 16 into whether you work peace, whether you work people, planet, and prosperity, this 4.7 and 16, So maybe 1 or 2 minutes, maybe you can summarize part of the already you mentioned in your presentation, but in terms of the bringing all different perspectives together as a concluding remark, because the time constraint, I'd like to invite who wants to speak. Maybe Ashani first, from your own experience, how we can work more creatively to mainstream 4.7 and 16.
So it's just 4 areas. I think one, there's an opportunity now with classrooms being the spotlight for how we recover back efficiently, fairly, and equitably. Classrooms are on sort of the epicenter of the pandemic battle for how we build back better. And a lot of recovery strategies are focusing on how schools return safely, but there's also an opportunity to infuse that with classrooms being violence-free, being sites for promoting inclusive education, inclusive and fair and violence-free settings. And I think, as some of the panelists have mentioned, it's working hand in hand across various sectors, not just education or health, but how, whether it's justice, whether it's child protection, how those policies are integrated in recovery strategies and how children are able to learn, how learners are able to have safe and violence-free environments. I think the other aspect has already been mentioned, is the importance of youth, how youth are agents of change and defining the solutions that work for them, that benefit their communities, that they are part of the solution. And we're seeing that arise even with the UN 75 processes, how youth are really active in that. And the third area I would say was, the Inspire strategies that UNICEF have launched for how to tackle and really end violence against children are really informative. Whether it is building norms and values, parent and caregiver support, income and economic strengthening, the various strategies that infuse the UNICEF Inspire strategies are really, really pivotal for how we tackle violence against children. And then finally, I think something that's really, really resonated is that the message of hope and showing that progress is achievable. We're in this really sort of critical moment where trends are declining, there's been an uptick of violence, but we need to show what are the evidence-based solutions, what are the viable solutions that can really, really make a difference and bring children, youth, teachers, parents, governments, local leaders to be part of that sort of choir for change. And we need to keep that momentum up, because political will can dissipate so quickly. So these global moments, regional opportunities like this conference are really important.
Okay, thank you, Ashani. Cecilia, Tia?
Yes, thank you, Anselmo. When we refer to SDG 4.7, we always say SDG 4.7 in action, because if you look at the SDG 4.7 indicator, for example, it says mainstreaming SDG 4.7 in the curriculum in schools. But as I mentioned earlier, for SDG 4.7 to be integrated in SDG 16 and other SDGs, it has to go beyond the schools. And therefore, we are pushing for education systems reform In many countries, the schools are the main providers of education. But we say when we talk about SDG 4.7, it includes a whole lifelong learning education system. So your school, your community learning centers, your cafes, your learning hubs, and community learning centers. So that is very important. Secondly, these education systems, lifelong learning, should be financed by government, because we have seen how the governments are putting all their resources in the schools. But our experience with marginalized communities, where there is a lot of conflict and where peace building is very important, there's a lot of gender violence. Marginalized communities don't have access to these schools. So therefore, governments must finance community learning centers so that we are able to have that dialogue through SDG 4.7. And thirdly, we also say that SDG 4.7 is not only talking about peace, it's also understanding, recognizing that there are a lot of frameworks out there. And therefore, we say we should recognize indigenous knowledge on peace building. We should recognize local wisdom when it comes to environment protection. We should recognize the youth perspectives, their creativity and innovativeness. So SDG 4.7 is recognizing different knowledge systems. And that is the only way, that we can have diversity and respect. And it's not only a top-down education, but really something experiential and dialogical. So those are my 3 bits in terms of SDG 4.7. And then, of course, the role of the government is very important, because we have to, scale this up, not only in specific communities, but in all communities all over the world. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Cecilia. Very important 3 main takeaways from your presentation. Okay, now Patricia.
I mentioned about the importance of how we could bridge IEP's research and bridge it to action and bridge it to practice. And this is one of the actual aims of IEP, particularly working in the partnership section of the organization. We are engaged with collaborating and partnering as what we do, forming strategic partners with all different sectors in the community. And in particular, because of our work on peace education, such as through our Positive Peace workshops, our IEP Ambassadors program, we are constantly in touch with formal education institutions, as well as non-formal education and informal education. And I think this is an important area, as was mentioned earlier, about we should also include, particularly in communities that are in conflict-affected settings, where there often is no formal education structures, and the community has to rely on informal and non-formal education. And this is an opportunity for us to be able to extend the ability to expand the different types of knowledge and learnings we need to be able to include if we are going to be able to provide this global citizenship concept, as well as the concept of understanding about sustainable development and peace. And I think fundamentally understanding that the role of inclusion and diversity needs to be part of being able to have people participate. And if we don't engage with all different communities so that we don't leave anyone behind, we're not actually being able to achieve this global citizenship or this global sustainable development agenda, because we're not including particularly those people that have been particularly marginalized or not even being visible or being counted. And I include women in this, because the gender equality issue is a very, very key aspect of that. And in most conflict-affected countries, the predominant communities are the population is predominantly dominated by women and children. And also, we have this very important Women, Peace and Security agenda of the UN, which we are celebrating now the 20-year anniversary. And this is showing that there has not been enough engagement with women to be involved in peace and peace education and peace processes and in peace practice. And after 10 years, we still have a long way to go to be able to engage women and also youth in formal peace education activities as well as peace processes. So I think for me, the importance here is the linking of very much the linking of an inclusive participatory approach. So in our education activity and also of course in our peace work.
Okay, thank you, Patricia. Thank you for excellent summary of your presentation. I really liked, you mentioned, highlight the two key actors, youth and women. I think they can be the important agent for not only the nexus approach, but also mainstreaming the SDG 16+, meaning the peace, justice, inclusion. Another, for my terminology, is human rights and democracy. So I think this, as you know, the Busan Democracy Forum has been organized not only the civil society KOICA, but also we have the education. That's why in the opening ceremony, the superintendent of education, he gave us an opening remark. That means we are also collaborating with the school in terms of the global citizenship education and also grassroots democracy activists. So I believe we will continue this providing the forum for exchange of ideas and also experience and build Busan as a center for action and with all the ideas in the coming decade. So this discussion will continue next session. So we go deeper into UN and UNESCO. So please stay with us for next session. So meanwhile, I want to thank once again the three excellent speakers and all the participants and the staff. Let's give a big hands to everybody. And Hashani, good night. Have a good sleep. See you tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome and welcome back. We are going to the session 4, the 2 minutes time. So we are testing the screen and Zoom, whether it's working. Dear speakers, can you show your face? I want to make sure that everybody is in the room. We have 3 speakers from Europe, Seoul, and Malaysia, Sydney. Hello, Alan. Can you see me now? Hello, Alan. Hello, Jocelyn. Hello, Jungmin. Jocelyn, you are from where? You are still in Australia or Malaysia or New York?
I'm in Melbourne.
You are
Australia.
Melbourne, Australia.
Yeah.
How now it's okay? You were not well last week. Now it's okay.
Yes, I am COVID free. Don't worry.
Oh, I hope you are
and
not.
It's 35 days since we've had 0 cases in Melbourne, so it's a big victory for us after we've been locked down for months.
Oh my God! So, yeah, Melbourne lockdown. Now it's okay, right? Out of lockdown, you are getting into summer.
Yeah.
Even better, you know, because we are getting the winter, which is also very difficult. And Alan, you are speaking from where? Which part of Europe now?
I'm based in Finland.
You are based in Finland. Okay, good. And Jungmin, you are speaking from your office?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. And Alan, what's the time difference now? The Finland and the Busan, Korea?
It's 8 in the morning here.
8 in the morning. I'm so sorry, you know, you woke up early morning. It's very difficult to have an international conference. The previous session, there was one speaker from New York, almost 12 o'clock, you know. She had to stay until 1 o'clock midnight, you know. So better than New York, right? You are in the morning, 8 o'clock.
8 is perfect, no worries.
Okay, now 3 o'clock here, Busan. So let's begin. All right, are you ready? Okay. Welcome to session 4, or welcome back to session 4, those who attended the session 3. This is a Busan Democracy Forum 2020, the 4th session and the last session of the forum. My name is Anselmo Lee. I'm here as a moderator representing KOICA. Since September this year, I've been serving KOICA as a non-executive member of the board of KOICA. KOICA stands for Korea International Cooperation Agency. And this Busan Democracy Forum, organized by KOICA and also the Busan and Masan Democracy Foundation and also Asia Democracy Network, in cooperation with Busan Democracy Forum Organizing Committee, composed of many civil society organizations, and also the education of the Busan Metropolitan Government. Okay, this session 4 topic, as you know, is about SDG 4.7, or exchangeably global citizenship education here. So we decided to use this term, exchangeably. And UN 75, which is a new topic for those who were practicing the 4.7 and grassroots level, and also decade of action to deliver the SDGs by 2030, the big agenda, you know. And because previous 3 sessions, yesterday, we had 2 types of presentation, day 1. One is about democracy struggle or civic space in 3 countries. 3 democratic hotspots we call. There's Hong Kong and Thailand and India. And second session yesterday, there was 3 presentation about practice on the ground, global citizenship education, or SDG 4.7. There's Japan and Finland and also South Korea. You know. And the previous session, we discussed the nexus approach, the SDG 4.7 and SDG 16, and also 17. You know, 17 is the meant for global partnership and also ODA, because this is a co-organized by KOICA, which is an ODA agency. But this session, based on previous 3 sessions, so we are going to discuss the global and also future, you know, what we are going to do, you know, together. So we have invited 3 speakers First, from European experience, especially SDG 4.7 COVID-19 and the Bridge 47, the well-known, now beyond Europe, also becoming more popular in Asia, and their initiative in Europe about beyond Europe, SDG 4.7. And second speaker, Jungmin from UNESCO APCEIU, we call Asia Pacific Center for Education for International Understanding, which is a information hub for UNESCO on SDG target 4.7. So she'll speak from the UNESCO perspective, how UNESCO engage global citizen education and also decade of action. And last but not least, Jocelyn Jayasuriya, she will speak about civic society engagement UN 70 plus. This is the 75th anniversary of UN. And also we are expecting to get UN Secretary General report about action plan, right? Because declaration was adopted UN General Assembly September. So we have a two action framework. One is a SDG, the decade of action. The other one is a follow-up to UN 75, which are very important platform for our action in terms of SDG 4.7 and 16. So this is a structure. So now I'm very happy to invite three speakers one after another to give us a substance, how and what. The first, those from Europe, and Alan Maletic. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Alan Maletic from Finland, but he's working Europe, whole Europe, Bridge 47. So now you have a PowerPoint, right, Alan? So now you have about 20 minutes for your presentation. You can use a PowerPoint and also a video clip as well. So let's give a big hands to Alan. Welcome, welcome. Although you cannot hear the sound, our heart for you.
There is just one thing. When I try to share screen, it says that it's disabled, participant screen sharing.
Okay, let me. 여기 change setting 좀 바꿔주겠어요? 호스 권한을. Okay, we change the setting so that you can upload your own. Sorry about the technical difficulties.
No problem.
It's okay?
I think it works now. Okay, can you see?
Oh yes, perfect.
Okay, great, thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Alan Maletic and I work with the Bridge 47 network. And I will talk a little bit about our principles, values, what we have been up to and how we are dealing with the whole situation and with how we are in our efforts striving for implementation of the target 4.7. So what is a Bridge 47? It's a network and a project at the same time that were co-created and implemented by 15 European and also global civil society organizations. And our global network is a kind of a learning hub for really people to get together, to exchange their know-hows, to learn from each other, or all in the target, all in the area of the target SDG 4.7 and transformative learning in general. That's where we got also our name, Bridge, kind of bridging different types of transformative educations under the target 4.7 and 47 from 4.7. And what we strive to do is to empower civil society to contribute to a transformation through global citizenship education and other types of transformative learning. But maybe it is easiest if I show you a little video about us. Maybe it will be easier to see what we are. Oh, I believe I need to share my screen sound. Yes, now it should be okay.
To people, and at Bridge 47, we believe we're connected to people and planet in ways we don't always realize. But how we live our lives does not reflect this reality. Our current system is neither just or sustainable. It doesn't have to be this way. We believe that all individuals can challenge the status quo and tackle our shared problems as active global citizens. To achieve the transformative vision of Agenda 2030, we need to change the way we think and act. But to make this a reality, we need transformative education. The kind of education that equips people of all ages with the knowledge and skills needed to critically engage with and actively improve the world around them. There are many ways to be a global citizen. From the small, personal step of helping your neighbor or participating in local democratic processes, to larger collective actions like joining in worldwide protests for climate and social justice, working to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goal Target 4.7. Bridge 47 forms a network of people from all over the world who are interested in tapping into the power of transformative education and finding opportunities to collaborate. We foster partnerships across different sectors to bring the principles of global citizenship to new audiences. We work together to advocate for policy change at national, European, and global levels. We help build the time and space for practitioners to try new things and let innovation flourish. Ultimately, we promote access to the kind of education that enables learners of all ages and backgrounds to become global citizens, people who play a role, no matter how big or small, in making the world a better place. At Bridge 40.
Yes, so you can see here in a visual how what all the things that we are doing. It's quite a lot of different things. So we advocated different levels for the target 4.7, national, European, global, in order to get more resources and more spaces for 4.7 to be happening. We are building partnerships with different actors to challenge our own views and to get our advocacy strength also stronger. We try to be more transformative, more innovative. So we exchange a lot between practitioners, how we are doing things, how to improve things. And it's all, of course, connected and linked under the network. So we have been experiencing a pandemic this year, and I would like to talk just a little bit about the challenges, but also opportunities for the target 4.7 in these times. So we have been experiencing a crisis this year beyond the just health crisis, and we could see many of the paradoxes, many of the loopholes of the current system and inequalities even further exposed and even more visible. We have been experiencing incredible levels of uncertainty, and I really believe, like, often we talk about critical and creative thinking as kind of some of the key competencies of being an active global citizen, but I really believe that maybe we could add the competence of dealing with uncertainty and how do we sit with discomfort. That will be very, very, very important. We are experiencing huge levels also of fear, of confusion, of anger with the whole situations, what is happening, and unfortunately, a lot of people are looking shelter in conspiracy theories, in fake news. Populism is on the rise, which probably we can see it as a pity, but maybe it can also be an opportunity, because it kind of shows also that people care and they are looking for answers and they want to somehow have more say in the whole thing. Maybe they are focusing on the wrong answers, but this might be a potential for civil society, for us to help facilitate dialogue with concerned citizens and help them maybe redirect their energy in some other, maybe more constructive ways. And then we are experiencing a huge urgency, or perceived sense of urgency. It seems like there is, unfortunately, less and less time for consensus-based decision making and policies, and we are kind of rushing off to just turn off fires from one place to another, and this might be making our democracies more fragile and more vulnerable, let's say. On the other hand, we also experienced and saw a lot of resilience, a lot of stories of courage, of empathy, of creativity, and also solidarity from all around the world. And I think there is also a huge potential for the target 4.7 that interconnections and interdependence are even more visible than ever. Just like climate change, viruses do not know borders either. So that is that might be an opportunity. And overall, a lack of direction and orientation in these times of crisis, where we are searching for answers, what is going to happen, and it's all very uncertain. It is a danger, but I do believe it's also an opportunity, because as history teaches us, in times of crisis, there is usually a huge potential for really big transformations to take place. And they can be more negative or positive, but there is potential. So civil society, what kind of, we call it seeds for change, like how do we plant seeds for change in these challenging times? What kind of narratives are we offering? It's really important to launch some kind of positive stories and narratives and seeds for change in the public discourse. So I would like to share a couple of learnings from our side, what we have been learning in our journey so far, and some of our principles and values. First of all, we start from the starting point is that we are all part of a problem and a part of the solution. So it's important that we recognize our strengths and also our limitations and privileges, and sometimes really biased ways of doing and being as individuals, but also as civil society. We need to be open to learning and reflecting on how we do things, because we have to be self-critical. And if we always do the same things that we always have been doing, maybe we cannot achieve some radically different outcomes either. For us, it's also important the principle of sharing power in the network. So we put a lot of emphasis on dialogue, on co-creation of ideas, on the ownership in the network. So we believe that people care most about what they create themselves, and that's why this principle is so important. So we really rely on our members, on the whole network, to be multipliers, to take action and really pass the learnings forward. And the exchange of know-how and gifts that members might have in the network. So it is really a priority for us to be able to offer spaces where ideas can bounce off one another. So we use a lot of participatory methodologies and try to invite participants and our members to take really the steering wheel of the events, to set up agendas, to really be very active. So we had an event just 2-3 weeks ago where the whole agenda was set up by participants, as an example, on the spot. So that's kind of also in line with our view of education being more than just one-way knowledge transfer, where someone has a knowledge and someone has to receive knowledge, but it's more, it goes in all kinds of directions and ways, and everybody is a learner and an educator at the same time. As I mentioned earlier, we try to build bridges across transformative education. There is such vast experience in the different disciplines, traditions, contexts, whether cultural, geographic, and so on, under the target 4.7. And it's really key to cooperate and to avoid competition. Really, people who educate about and for peace or human rights or sustainable development, environmental issues, social justice, it's all very, very connected, and we are all a piece of the puzzle, as it came out from one of our events, a catchphrase. We try to bring principles of transformative education to new civil society audiences. As you know, civil society has traditionally played and still plays a very big role in raising awareness on the many issues our societies are facing, but it's important to go a step forward beyond that. For example, the awareness around climate change has never been as high as today. Of course, it can always be better, but how do we talk about it in a way that doesn't make people feel paralyzed or powerless about it, or just overwhelmed and that they don't know what to do, but rather that they really feel that they can reflect and feel empowered to maybe change one or two habits of theirs, for example. And of course, nobody can do everything, but if everyone does something, the world will start looking like a very different place already. And we work a lot with civil society who doesn't necessarily, oftentimes when we talk with civil society organizations, sometimes they say like, oh, we don't do education. But in a sense, all civil society does education. When people are organizing trainings, campaigns, when they are doing events, it's all trying to kind of raise awareness, to change people's attitudes, to change. So in a way, we are trying to explain that transformative learning is key for civil society as a whole, and not just maybe organizations that do explicitly education, because we all do education in some sense, if you look at it from lifelong learning perspective. And then we try to really inspire hearts, minds, and hands. We believe that how we do things can sometimes even better define who we are than other way around. So again, try to be creative with our methodologies. So also look at ways not only to affect how much people know, but also how much they care, because the mere access to information doesn't mean necessarily different any kind of change in behaviors or attitudes by itself. And then, of course, the importance of diversity of cultural and professional backgrounds in our network. So we have in our network policy specialists, we have researchers, we have teachers, students, activists, even some business people, like really a lot of very different experiences from different contexts. And that's so crucial for people to really challenge each other, to put each other's in their own shoes, and to foster this kind of multi-perspectivity in the network. And sometimes we might even need to talk and engage with those that maybe in the beginning disagree with us. And it can be a very uncomfortable step to take, but it can be a very fruitful one at the end. And then the employing systems-based thinking. So we really think that we cannot be in that sense like us versus them. Is this policy area that is more important, or that one? It's really not either or. It's really both and more. So really, to change everything, we really need everybody, and we really need to strive for this principle, because the more people we bring on board and the more people are included in decision making, the more long-term and more sustainable solutions we can come up with long-term. So, as probably many of us here today, we see the target 4.7 as really a key tool, and not just a tool, but really a prerequisite for achieving all SDGs. So really implementing this kind of transformative types of education for sustainable development and for global citizenship in a really lifelong learning process and as a public good is really key. So promoting change and development of individuals, communities, and systems. Fostering engaged and active and critical citizens is really key to build constructive and democratic approaches to perceive differences that we might have. And transformative education that is, of course, that is placed in a local context, and it requires really learning, but also unlearning by participants. So really getting rid of some kind of assumptions and ideas that are installed, and rethinking our worldviews. So I would like to just share how we are supporting the implementation of the SDG target 4.7 more concretely, and what our plans are for the next decade or next years, let's say. So last year we had a 2-day event in Helsinki in Finland called Envision 4.7, and really based on all the principles that I have been talking about so far, we brought 200 Bridge 47 network members, and they were representing practitioners, civil servants, academics, civil society organizations from really all continents. And these 200 people was working on throughout these 2 days to build up a roadmap, a shared document, how to implement the target 4.7 in Europe. And the outcome of the event was a roadmap for the future implementation that gives us some kind of guidelines what kind of recommendations we need, what kind of really concrete ways for implementing at European level the target. So there are 6 key areas, and there are 17 recommendations suggesting this kind of pan-European overarching strategy, and a multi-stakeholder group that needs to be established for this purpose. And we hope that this roadmap will also serve as an inspiration for maybe some other contexts, some other countries or regions. Many of the recommendations are quite universal. They are not some of them are more Europe focused, but there are also many that could be maybe some food for thought for some others too. So I will just go briefly to these 6 key areas. So the first one is transformative education for 4.7. So under this chapter, we talk a lot about what kind of education we want. So really the role of education to transform and not just to inform, and the importance of cooperation, the importance of perceiving education as a public good, because it builds the capacity of those that are disadvantaged, underrepresented, or marginalized. Under the second chapter, we talk about the value of lifelong learning, for like really how important it is to really give value, equal value to all forms of learning. So be it formal, non-formal, or informal learning, they all have their strengths and weaknesses, and we need them all. And global citizenship education or transformative learning only at school is not enough, we believe. We need everybody on board, because the problems we have are too complex to just be focusing on young people and children. We need really everyone. And we need meaningful partnerships with civil society. Under the third point, we talk about cross-sectoral cooperation, the importance of cross-sectoral and multi-level partnerships. Really, as I mentioned earlier, time for all actors. It's time for all actors to really recognize our limitations and that we need one another. Under the indicators, we talk about the importance of measuring and monitoring 4.7 appropriately. Not everything that is measured counts, and not everything that counts is always measured. So under target 4.7, it's important to have also non-formal education included, because the existing indicators are quite linked to formal education, and also importance of bringing the indicators to local contexts. Under competencies, we talk what competencies for 4.7 we want for both educators and students or learners of all ages. And these are, of course, competencies to help people build a more socially just and sustainable world. And finally, under resources, of course, we cannot do all this without dedicated, I'm sorry. We cannot do all this without dedicated and adequate long-term funding strategies, but not just funding, also appropriate technology and development of relevant capacities and capabilities, really build capacity of all of us to support those who work on 4.7 implementation on different levels. I would maybe stop here. Thank you very much for following the presentation, and thank you for the invitation to join. I would like to just extend an invitation to, if you wish to join our network on our website and become a part of our story. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Thank you very much for your very clear and also very comprehensive presentation about what civil society, mainly in Europe and also other parts of the world, are doing about global citizen education in the face of pandemic. I think your 70 recommendation in 6 areas, I hope the participants from different parts of the world, they can study. I believe, they find it relevant to their own, so that we can build a global bridge. You started from Europe, but we need a real global bridge in the face of global pandemic. Pandemic itself is global. And I think, as you highlighted, global citizen education even more important than before because of the pandemic. We have seen a lot of challenges in the United States. Black Lives Matters, and all kinds of hate speech, racism, and then at the same time, as you highlight, we also a lot of young people action for solidarity, support each other. So we have a two, the contrast, the phenomena. So which path we need to take depends on our effort on target 4.7. In the sense, as you said, lastly, we need more investment, time, energy, resources. As you know, this is co-organized by the KOICA. In fact, yesterday, there was also global, sorry, this mask is not very stable. The workshop in the next room, global citizen education in Korea, in Korea. So we are trying to both domestically, but this is international, So I hope we can continue this, the two-way process, domestic and international. Next one, let's go to the UNESCO, the FCU, which has been working very hard last several years, global citizen education as information clearing house, and also action, not only the information, a lot of action with the school teachers and non-formal informal education. So I'm very happy to invite Dr. Jung-min from Seoul. So you have 20 minutes for presentation. Please.
Yes, hello, I'm Jung-min from APCEIU. Thanks for having me today. It's a great pleasure and honor to be part of this meaningful discussion. I think first, my presentation, of course, because we are also part of UNESCO, I will address some of the issues raised by UNESCO, but mainly I will focus on our own organization's activity. First, I think regarding the questions of key challenges of COVID-19 pandemic to the target 4.7 or global citizenship education, I think I may just repeat almost all the things that have already been said by Alan from Bridge 47. But it also shows that those points resonate with many people around the world. So just bear with me if I sound like repetitious. I think first we have lots of practical difficulties. I think needless to say, I think it's redundant to make a list of things that the difficulties we have. constraints on program implementations set by the pandemic. And I think at the moment, here in Korea, relatively speaking, although there's a kind of sign of shrinking resources, but at least this year, we don't really see much of those. But I think if pandemic continues, there will be also the issue of shrinking resources as well. So that could be what we have to, I think, probably tackle with this. But certainly there are practical difficulties we can imagine. But at the same time, as just mentioned in by the previous presenter, we see a lot of kind of multiple pandemics. There was a saying that not only just the pandemic of COVID-19, but twin pandemics of COVID-19 and racism. When we heard Black Lives Matter, and then it's not just racism, but also we have economic and political polarization and exclusion, and we have also very worrying resurging of authoritarianism and nationalistic populism, and weakening of democracy, isolationism, and hatred and violence, and certainly infodemic and fake news, and ecological degradation. But at the same time, just mentioned by Alan, also even in Korea, for instance, for a while, climate change has been probably dubbed by this public anxiety over COVID-19. But I think it's coming back to the public consciousness, because eventually we are realizing that this current situation, we cannot be really solved without our active engagement in transformative action for ecological sustainability. So I think now people are paying more attention to, climate change issue is coming back to the public discourse as well. And I am also getting report from educators that is coming back to the educational scenes as well. So on the one hand, we have all these difficulties to address all those issues effectively, because we do also experience a lot of distrust, confusion, lack of resources, and all those practical problems on the one hand. So, some might say that, okay, global citizenship education is not a priority. But at the same time, we are also witnessing that more and more people recognize that global citizenship education, or target 4.7, is an essential part of education that really need to be carried out in the next decades for future and also for present as well, if we really want to tackle the problems. So UNESCO in last summer said instead of new normal, we have to envision next normal, meaning that all those problems are not new, but rather old problems that have been ignored or failed to bring about changes. So what we need is to really call into questions our priorities, our ways of life, and the functioning of our societies that have been disregarding the cost to our environment, economies, and public health, as well as the societies. So we should claim that we have accepted the unacceptable for far too long, and our previous reality can no longer be accepted as normal. So UNESCO used this term, next normal, and claiming that now is the time for change. But certainly, so I think from this, what we can see, we can name multiple pandemics. The question is then, what are the key issues that we really need to tackle, and what are the effective ways to address those issues, so that we can bring about some meaningful changes, or at least we can generate some condition for changes. this is really difficult questions, but I think a lot of people, a lot of stakeholders are trying their best to tackle these issues. Those are the challenges as well as opportunities, as just presented by Alan in the previous presentation. Now, I think a second question from the organizer was that, what we have been doing in response to all those challenges or even opportunities. Just briefly introducing APCEIU is UNESCO Category 2 Center, meaning that it was born out of an agreement between the government of Republic of Korea and UNESCO headquarters. And we are specialized on global citizenship education, which is interchangeably called Education for International Understanding as well, EIU. So we are working with the UNESCO member states. We are trying to support their efforts to promote global citizenship education or achieve target 4.7. And we are also working together with the international regional offices and various international regional national partners, including Bridge 47. Key areas of our work include advocacy, policy dialogue, and research networking. That's one areas, and I would emphasize that our specialty really lies on capacity building and training. So we organize and implement a lot of programs. Okay, and also information sharing is also an important part of what we are doing. In terms of what we are doing in this time of a pandemic, certainly we are changing the mode of delivery from a lot of offline to online. I think that's happening everywhere. But also we are trying really hard to link emerging issues to global citizenship education and trying to unpack global citizenship education. We have identified several key areas, related areas as relevant and urging, including media information literacy. We try to put more emphasis on anti-discrimination education, social justice education, and so on. So I will elaborate those points later further. But also APCEIU is working at various levels, and we are also working closely with the international diplomatic kind of scene. And UNESCO, we do a lot of advocacy work, and UNESCO, in UNESCO, there was a group of friends, what they call group of friends for solidarity and inclusion with the global citizenship education was formed last May. And APCEIU is actively engaging in the further work with them. I think merit of having those high level, in a way, political commitment from member states is that they can collectively work on something like draft resolution on anti-discrimination education, and so at international organization level. We also do a lot of research and awareness raising, and we also develop a lot of materials. I will just show several examples of what we've been doing. I think we've been trying to raise the public awareness by linking some of the issues around COVID-19 into global citizenship education. So we publish it regularly. We publish newsletters with articles. I think you can just quickly skim through the themes, the title of our newsletters, and you can realize that we were trying to link the GCED into various range of issues. And we also, here in Korea, we quickly published a book linking COVID-19 issues to global citizenship education. And now, based on this collection of discussion, it's more of a quite intellectual discussions. And we are now preparing lesson plans with a teacher's guide. And it's unfortunately, it's in Korean at the moment, but as I will show later, if you visit our online campus, online materials, then you can also see some of the lectures in English as well. At this point, I will show you the example of example by showing the video. Okay, I cannot play the whole thing, but I will play first a couple of minutes, probably 3 minutes.
Hi everyone, this is Hyunmok Lim.
Sound. Can you hear the sound or not?
Director of APCEIU, APCEIU. Hi everyone, this is Hyunmok Lim, Director of APCEIU, APCEIU. I'm pleased to introduce to you the research that we are conducting this year to explore the role of education for continuing and promoting international understanding and cooperation in the post-corona world. We are sadly seeing nationalism and xenophobia rising again in today's extraordinarily uncertain and unstable situation. Although it is clear that the global solidarity and collective action is needed more than ever, the reality seems to be going in opposite direction. In numerous countries, xenophobic nationalism is surging in both political leaders' rhetoric and public sentiments and behaviors. We may see more national egoism and protectionism during and after the pandemic. So we wanted to ask the following questions. First, what will be the implications of COVID-19 for international exchange and cooperation, especially in education? Secondly, what should we as educators and researchers and practitioners do to counter the rise of populist nationalism? Lastly, what should be the focus and direction of international cooperation in education during and after the pandemic in order to promote international understanding?
Hello, my name is Dina Kiwan and I'm from the University of Birmingham in the UK. My paper will be on race, gender and disability and their intersections under the impact of COVID-19. 2020, as we've all seen, has brought unprecedented challenges globally with the COVID-19 pandemic, adversely affecting health, the economy, education, and our normal way of life can no longer be taken for granted. We're witnessing the unfolding of this toll on children and young people in education, where disruptions to education have been and continue to be widespread. Young people are having to learn to live with heightened uncertainty, as well as increased nationalism, populism, and isolationism. Research is already emerging that already marginalised groups in society are at risk of becoming either further marginalised. For example, Black and minority ethnic communities have been more adversely affected with respect to health outcomes and mortality rates, and also education gaps are increasing. These differential outcomes are evident both within country level and between countries, with the gaps at risk of widening even further between the global north and global south. Although mobility is severely restricted, there's nevertheless a critical need for virtual international collaboration in education in order to address these challenges, informed by empirical interdisciplinary research. This research paper examines the intersectional challenges and makes proposals for promoting international understanding and cooperation in education. This will draw in part on my project funded by the UK Arts and Humanities Council in conjunction with the United Nations Partnership on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, where we are developing a research-informed framework to support a disability-inclusive recovery globally.
So okay, I think due to time constraint, I will just stop here. If you are interested, I will make it available to wider audience. So we do have those research, and this is seen from, this is about Global Friends for Solidarity and Inclusion with the GCED. And we also organized a number of international conferences to disseminate ideas, but also to hear various voices. And I think I just put this slide. Can you actually see the slide, or
not yet?
Is it not? Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, take time.
Okay. Yep. So international conferences I talked about, and now you see the slide, right? So this slide, I just put this slide to show that how actually crisis can be turned into opportunity, really learning opportunities. Because we realize that because global citizenship education really relies on community of practice. And the way it is working is particularly in formal education, and APCEIU is working closely with the formal education. So particularly in formal education, the best way to deliver global citizenship education is in a diffused forms. So instead of teaching it as a separate subject, which is not really possible, but rather kind of bring issues into a regular curriculum. So that now that because we have all these stories, experiences around COVID-19, is really close to the heart and experience of learners. So when teachers bring those issues to the classroom and try to really link them to various issues of discrimination, exclusion, or how we have to understand social structure. Even social structure, it sounds very abstract, but when it is linked to the very experience of what's going on around the COVID-19, even elementary school students can really have a better understanding of it. So it's a way to making global citizenship education, or those contents, making them really relevant to learners and everyday lives of learners. So we are seeing growing number of all those very interesting practices, and I think sharing those good practices will be very encouraging to many of us. We do have also online platform, and we developed a number of online courses relating to COVID-19. So moving to the last question, which is the strategies and action plans. And to be honest, because in a way, roadmap of target 4.7 for us, for APCEIU, is basically same as roadmap of UNESCO. So we haven't really kind of developed a kind of very nice roadmap like British 47 has developed. So I think we have to develop one in the near future, just probably learning from British 47's experience. But basically our mandate, APCEIU mandate and missions are really closely linked to target 4.7 and also 16. So by fulfilling our mission and mandate, just shows us a kind of roadmap. But if I just emphasize a kind of practical aspect of what we are doing, I think what APCEIU is doing, focus is really on, we try to lead the way, but by supporting the efforts, already existing efforts, and also at the same time providing guides. But because in a way, global citizenship education, although it sounds very normative and very compelling, but it can be very confusing. So we try to turn it into ordinary language or turn it into the educational materials so that it can be communicated on the ground. And we try to be interlocutor of dialogues and collaborations and networks. We ourselves are not necessarily network itself, but we also create network, basically create platform so that interested, committed stakeholders can use to promote their own programs and also search for collaboration. So I just listed up main things that we are trying to do next year on, and APCEIU is also closely involved in monitoring of 4.7, both in Korea and in Asia Pacific, and we are also part of Korean Target 4.7 focal group. And we also do some policy studies, but we do it usually at national level because it's more effective. So things like peace education in Korea is one of our priority. But I would say that capacity building is still our top priority for APCEIU. So I think I should just stop here because of time constraint, I guess.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Wait. I think because of time constraint, you skipped one important slide. Can you go back about the UNESCO initiative about...
Which one?
Can you go back?
This one?
Yes, this one. Can you briefly introduce one? I think it's important for all participants. Right. Yep.
All right. Actually, at the level of UN or so, UN, I think it was earlier, and before COVID, there's a group of friends really committed to the cause of global citizenship education. But UNESCO, particularly in these times of a pandemic, realizing that there's really danger of isolationism and danger of kind of weakening of international cooperation. So that with the initiative actually by the Republic of Korea, there was a group of friends formed at UNESCO. Now at the moment we have 13 member states, but because it's growing, so you can see the country names here, who are the member states, and we have to see what they will come up as a collective action. But because they are actually delegations from each member state to UNESCO, they'll be sitting at sometimes general conference or sometimes executive board meeting, and then they will be able to probably come up with some international instrument promoting global citizenship education, I believe.
Thank you. I wanted to show this one because this can be part of our global agenda to tackle xenophobia, racism, and hate speech, and so on and so on, which become very serious in the context of COVID-19. That's why I want to make sure that we have this information for our discussion. So now, thank you very much, Jung-min. And now the third and last presentation, which is also very interesting because this can also provide you with a very important piece of information, how we can collaborate. At the end of the day, UNESCO is a part of UN family. International organization has to play a key role coordinating, facilitating this type of international initiative. But unfortunately, last few years, several years, multilateralism has been going down, and we have a 75th anniversary. So civil society started a few years ago engaging global governance, especially engaging UN, how to strengthen UN mechanisms as a center of multilateral cooperation. So now Jocelyn, who has been engaged this one very actively, introduce this initiative so that we can make a connection between the 47 and 16 and in the context of the post-UN 75. Jocelyn, you have 20 minutes, please.
Well, thank you so much. Yep, everyone can see the screen.
Yes.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all distinguished guests and participants tuning in from all over the world at whatever time you are on. I guess thank you to the organizers for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Jocelyn Jayasuriya and I'm representing UN 2020. I am their co-lead media communications working group lead. So the concept of global citizenship really resonates with me, though I'm not an expert like the former two speakers on this SDG, but I am a Malaysian citizen with Sri Lankan and Chinese heritage and a permanent resident of Australia, and currently also work for an organization called Water for Africa that's based in Tanzania, and I am about to be married to an American. So the whole concept of global citizenship or even citizenship is a personal journey I am on in how to define that for myself. So a little bit about our organization. What is UN 2020? UN 2020 is a civil society-led campaign that seeks to use the opportunity of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations for much-needed stock-taking recognition of achievements and considerations of measures that strengthen the organization. Basically, we really felt that the 75th anniversary shouldn't just be a birthday party, it should be, and just reflecting on the great things that we've done, but it also should be a time where we make significant change and reform the structure and strengthen the UN and hopefully strengthen multilateralism. So why does multilateralism matter? It's definitely a mouthful, and especially as we talked about multiple pandemics by the former two speakers, and at a time when nationalism is on a rise and multilateralism is being called into question by powerful governments that we shall remain unnamed, we are faced with an increasing number of global threats that require greater international cooperation across borders, sectors, and generations. International cooperation is needed more than ever, and multilateralism truly matters. Humanity is interdependent. We need global governance based on common interests, not based on minimal areas of agreement among competing nation states. COVID-19 has made these problems more evident. I really like what Ellen said in the beginning, that even though it's a lot of negative things that are connotations to negative connotations to this pandemic, there are opportunities that we can look. And I think in the sense of multilateralism, the entire word is a mouthful, and it's so hard for people to relate to why multilateralism matters and why is it so important. And I think even issues like climate change was not significant enough to reach the heart of every single person. But I think COVID-19 somehow has impacted every single one, and it's relevant to every single person all over the globe. And it's just really shown the need for multilateralism. So on the one hand, the pandemic has brought about an insular approach, with nation states guarding their own borders and implementing lockdowns, obliging citizens to be more rooted in local communities and dependent on policies relief implemented by national leaders. I have been part of 2 lockdowns now. I spent half of my first year in Malaysia's lockdown and second half in Australia's lockdown, and now heading to New York in 2 weeks for another lockdown, I'm guessing. So on the other hand, the pandemic has accelerated awareness and recognition of the we are all in this together, and prompted an exercise in global solidarity that will have impact for many years to come. So the SG this year launched a global conversation, and from that report, it showed that 87 of those surveyed believe that international cooperation is vital to deal with today's challenges, and the majority of respondents believe that COVID-19 crisis has made international cooperation even more urgent. And this is an exciting result, as it was a worldwide conversation and thousands had participated. So it's definitely a good sign and a good result. I really like this picture and this quote by Damien Barr: "We are not all in the same boat. We are all in the same storm. Some are super yachts, some have just the one oar. And it's so true that, you know, while we are all in this, different nations and different countries have greater resources and greater capacity to deal with a crisis like this. And so the current pandemic reveals that more than ever, the destiny of people and planet is shared, and that the systems on which we rely are interdependent. Risks well understood but long ignored, such as inequalities of all kinds, are being exposed and exacerbated. No longer can we continue prioritizing narrow economic paths as if they satisfy the social, financial, and environmental needs of communities or reflect the real wealth of nations. The climate crisis entrenched indignities such as social, gender, and race discrimination, and the absence of sufficient coordination to solve even preventable problems demonstrate the need for leadership characterized not by short-term victories, but by urgent action towards a long-term, global, inclusive vision. We have tremendous technical capacities, but far greater collective will is required to bring them to bear on the risks we face. So again, this is actually, sounds very eloquent, but I didn't write that. It's actually from our UN 75 People's Declaration that I will explain to you in a moment. So what exactly does UN 2020 do? We urge member states, civil society, and UN officials to prepare for a successful World 75th Anniversary commemoration. So basically, we just made a lot of noise and urged them to not just have a birthday party, but come on, let's look and take stock of how we can strengthen multilateralism. We provide a platform to promote cooperation and dialogue among civil society groups, governments, and the UN in support for a people-centered multilateralism. We've been supported by amazing coordinating groups, coordinating partners such as Civicus, the Simpson Center, the Workable World Trust, WFM Canada, Frederick Egbert Stiftung, it's a German company, UNA UK, Together First, Transformative International, NGO Committee on Sustainable Development, Baha'i International Community, International Alliance for of Women, and of course, ANSAMO has also been part of this through KOICA. And the UN 2020 advocacy highlights and key messages. Pyeongchang Message for Peace 2020 that happened in February, our communique in advance of UN 75 People's Elements paper, 10th of April, 20th of April, we responded to that Elements paper and sent to all missions. April 30th, May 7th, one-page summary, and we had 3 breakfast dialogues on the Elements paper for the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. 14 May, we had the UN 75 People's Declaration and Plan Up for Global Action, and Together First also released the Stepping Stone report. Just wanted to highlight that on that UN 75 People's Forum for the UN we had 2,000 registrants from 73 countries. And I think if COVID wasn't, I guess, happening, we would have attempted to have a face-to-face conference or face-to-face forum, and I don't think that many countries would have been represented, or we would have had that many registrants. So again, another opportunity that arose through technology and through COVID. And so from that, we released the UN 75 People's Declaration that was received by the 74th President of the General Assembly. We also did the summary of the Civil Society Declaration Dialogue and an eminent person's letter to all heads of state for the UN 75 high-level event. So we've done a lot of advocacy from that. I just wanted to show you a video which highlights the UN 75 People's Declaration.
As the United Nations celebrates its 75th anniversary this year, We the peoples have united to call our leaders to use this moment to strengthen, innovate, and rejuvenate our global governance system. To this end, UN 2020 has undertaken a global, multi-sectoral, cross-regional dialogue to develop a coherent civil society vision for a strengthened UN system. The outcome of this dialogue is reflected in the UN 75 People's Declaration and Plan of Action. This video will walk you through some of its most important messages.
At a time when change is progressing at a pace and scale unparalleled in human history, we can and must lay the foundation for a better path for humanity.
As the negative impacts of outdated national and global institutions, norms and values become ever more problematic. Humanity must respond as one people, united in vision while diverse in approach.
The health crisis, climate crisis, entrenched indignities such as social, gender, and race inequality, and the absence of sufficient coordination to end even preventable challenges.
Demonstrate the need for leadership characterized not by short-term victories, but by long-term vision and urgent action.
A paradigm of us versus them no longer meets our needs. We, the people, recognize the reality of global interdependence.
At the heart of the solution to today's challenges lies a sincere commitment to collaboration, innovation, and action.
The time has come to launch a rigorous, non-partisan, transparent, and inclusive process to assess global governance gaps and to develop a coherent strategy to fill them. We are asking global leaders and governments to
establish a post-2020 international mechanism to follow up examination of the global challenges we have and identify options to make the UN more fit for purposes.
Dedicate a civil society focal point at the Under-Secretary General level in the UN Secretariat. This position would bring deeper partnerships with civil society into the UN's work.
Take urgent climate action. The transition to net zero carbon economies brings opportunities to reduce poverty, inequality, biodiversity loss, and injustice.
Increase the funding of the United Nations. Shortage of funding undermines the effective actions of the UN.
We call for the creation of a United Nations Parliamentary Assembly whose delegates would be directly elected by the people they represent.
Realizing the vision of the world we would like to see at the centenary of the United Nations and beyond requires bold and fundamental transformation of the present global system.
Let future generations look back on 2020 as the year when a threatened humanity determined with one voice to shed harmful legacies and move towards a shared future of dignity and hope.
Let the United Nations, beginning with its 75th anniversary, join hands with civil society in shaping the vision and actions we so urgently need to create the world we so eagerly await.
Make UN 75 count. Make UN 75 count. Make UN 75 count.
Make UN 75 count.
Okay, so that was our UN 75 People's Declaration, and we are proud to say that we got over 1,500 civil society organizations and multi-stakeholders that endorsed this. So you are also still welcome to keep endorsing it, and this will be a key part of our advocacy to pursue this next year. So as it stated in the video, our key demands were to establish a mandated post-2020 follow-up mechanism, a fully funded United Nations, establish a high-level civil society focal point at UN, establish an ad hoc commissions to address emerging issues, establish UN Parliamentary Assembly, increase universal jurisdiction of ICJ and ICC, revisit arrangements of the Security Council, upgrade UN Peacebuilding Commission into PP Council, authorize permanent civilian, police, and peacekeeping capacities, and then eliminate all weapons of mass destruction and comprehensive abolition of state-sponsored war by the centenary of the UN. And then Together First, which is one of our co-partners, had a top 10 list that they advocated for, which was a high-level champion for civil society, a UN Youth Council, merit-based appointments, accountability for state violations and planetary boundaries, a Security Council that acts or gets out of the way, a stronger peace-building commission, people-centered peacekeeping, an integrated approach to climate and security, a ban on killer robots, a ban on nuclear weapons. Next is, so then that fed into, I guess, the whole purpose of our UN 75 People's Declaration was to influence the political declaration. And we were quite, I guess, pleased with the results of the political declaration. But now comes the harder part, is to ensure that these member states keep to their promise. So some of the things that were promised or committed to was the urgency for all countries to come together to fulfill the promise of the United the Nations United has been rarely been greater. Through the global conversation launched by the Secretary General this year, we've listened to the concerns and aspirations of the people. We are here to respond. So that's good. The COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us that we are closely interconnected and only as strong as our weakest link. Only by working together and in solidarity can we end the pandemic and effectively tackle its consequences. So they agree, I guess, with what we have been talking about. Multilateralism is not an option, but a necessity as we build back better for a more equal, more resilient, and more sustainable world. The United Nations must be the center of our efforts. 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is our roadmap, and its implementation is a necessity for our survival. Urgent efforts are required. Therefore, we are not here to celebrate. We are here to take action. So I guess we achieved our one goal of making sure that it was not just a celebration party, birthday party, but it's time to take action. And so commitment areas is we will leave no one behind. We will protect our planet. We will promote peace and prevent conflicts. We will abide by international law and ensure justice. We will place women and girls at the center. We will build trust. We will improve digital cooperation. We'll upgrade the United Nations. We will ensure sustainable financing. We'll boost partnerships. We will listen to and work with youth. We will be prepared. One key operative paragraph that came out of the UN 75 Political Declaration is from paragraph 20 that says we request the Secretary General to report back before the end of the 75th session of the General Assembly with recommendations to advance a common agenda and to respond to current and future challenges. I guess that sort of answers where we are heading for, I guess, 2021 and the process to strengthen the UN and multilateralism. So 2 seconds. I guess we're highlighting that we're going through to prepare to engage with the Secretary General's stock-taking process. So it's a good indicator that there will probably be a wider process to strengthen the UN and to strengthen multilateralism that we want to be all over and be a part of, and making sure that civil society is a huge part of it. The development of the SG's follow-up report involves the Executive Office of the SG leading in the development of the stock-taking exercise. That includes outreach to UN experts, member states, and civil society. So that's where we come in, and the details are mostly still unconfirmed, but the person heading up, I guess, the outreach to civil society is from the Igarape Institute, which is one of our key partners as well. So that's exciting for us in making the response for, yeah, so we definitely want to make this UN 75 political declaration and the commitments and the, I guess, the stock taking exercise as a key part of our plans for 2021. So strategy and planning for 2021, transition to a more globally representative network, including governance transitions. We called ourselves UN 2020, and we realized that the year 2020 is expiring very soon. So we are in the process of rebranding and working out what is our vision for the next few years. So these are sort of part of our strategy planning that we are in the process of. And so stay tuned for more information on that. We are still in the planning phase. So UN 75 Declaration Stock-taking exercise and support for the SG UN 75 follow-through report, linked also to the eminent persons letter that we did, which had 49 eminent people that signed on to that letter, which was a very exciting advocacy tool that we had. And then meetings like global town halls, annual People's Forum, UN 75 People's Declaration follow through, focal point campaign and other sub-campaigns to strengthen the UN, and partnering on other relevant events, publications, letters, and initiatives. Something exciting that is coming up is our global town hall, which is literally the next Wednesday, but it's 10 o'clock New York time. So do join us, as the whole purpose of it is to engage civil society to recommit to the United Nations in light of the adoption of the Declaration and commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the UN, and to ensure the success of the decade of action for the SDGs while addressing the impacts of the global pandemic. The goal for this open gathering is to acknowledge and build the potential for civil society engagement with the UN and its member states in light of the UN 75 and the current circumstances, and to galvanize multi-stakeholder engagement towards systematic action to follow through on the commitments made in the UN 75 political declaration. This is vital as the call for Secretary General led follow-on process and companion report as articulated in the political declaration will begin very soon. And so we have to engage, and so we invite all of you to join us in this process. Here are some relevant links that I might just copy paste for you guys. And I think I shall end here. And some more. And you can follow us on social media or sign up for our mailers and be part of the whole process. Thank you.
Okay, Jocelyn, thank you very much for another very informative, insightful, and also very inspiring for our joint action. So congratulations and thank you. Especially I like the video presentation about all the key points by all participants from different culture. With this three input, I would like to ask three speakers, you prepare your PowerPoint without knowing other presentations, right? So now with this very important information, I'd like to ask what can be the added value, what takeaways, what we have learned from others in terms of your future actions. As you know, we have two global framework. One is so-called decade of action to deliver the SDGs by 2030, very broad one. And then because of pandemic, every government and also UN in the name of so-called building back better. That means we are not going back to the past before coronavirus, Everything has changed, So we need to build better for our future, In that sense, as Jung-min said, it's not new normal, It's a next normal, So we need to prepare for another pandemic bigger than coronavirus. It can be climate catastrophe, it can be many others, So we need to really prepare for something coming bigger, So in that sense, coronavirus, as many people say, it's a wake-up call, wake-up call, early warning, Okay, so what can we do together, So we have three, and also previous session, also we have many other organizations like IEP, Pathfinders, ASBE. Everybody agree, we need to work together, So now we have a decade of action, and then plus now UN 75, the UN at the same time civil society. But at the same time, also, Alan, you also share your experience grassroots. Previous session with ASBE, a lot of things are happening at the grassroots, community level, non-formal, informal, and also there's a coordination and the research capacity building provided by the UNESCO. So all these are available. So the question is how effectively we can work together. So that's a question. And also the Busan Democracy Forum want to continue to process and provide a space for learning, networking, so that we can create a synergy among different initiatives. So now, Alan, so can you share what is your takeaway from this sharing and discussion?
Thank you. Sure, I can try.
Yes, please.
We have been working with APCEIU before, and we're quite relatively aware of their work and very proud to be partnering. I think it's really important to connect all the different dots. So really, this the work that you are doing under the UN 2020 initiative. Jocelyn, thanks for the very interesting presentation. Like, I think it's all really fits together. We need, on one hand, we need strong institutions and proper global governance, so that we don't have, I read somewhere, global governing without global governance. We need strong institutions to really be able to coordinate global efforts, and we need on the ground active, engaged citizens to really, well, first of all, to push for these kind of institutions. Like, now that we see multilateralism under attack, like, we need citizens to take active stand and to, first of all, to understand what is the importance. Like, often people have a misconception about global citizenship being like, oh, you are just globalists and you just want wild globalization and so on. Well, exactly the contrary is the case. We need to see how to manage globalization in the best possible way, in the most ethical way, in the most just and most climate-friendly way. So we need global governance and we need global citizens. But that doesn't in any way undermine the importance of local context. Like, I really liked from the video that you showed, we need some kind of uniting vision and a nice narrative, but diverse approaches to achieving it. And the global doesn't in any way undermine other levels. There are multiple levels and they are all very much connected and influencing each other. And maybe I would just repeat what I mentioned earlier. I really believe that it's so important to bring as many people on board. That is really the key. And the more perspectives we have on board, the more long-term and sustainable solutions we can come up with. So really taking time to be radically inclusive, like as inclusive as we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alan. So now, Jung-min, please. Microphone, please. Mike, you have to press on. Yes, please.
Right. Yeah. I think probably I might be repeating, others as well again, but through this process, we always learn that there are so many stakeholders and networks available, but I think what we need is, on the one hand, like what UN 2020 has done, some kind of a very collective actions that really consolidate the power to visualize and make it really available to the wider audience. And I think we can just link it to various level of already existing kind of political kind of how to say the already formed groups of people at with the political power, meaning that UN 2020 already has this backup but then it also needs to be linked to more concrete kind of other projects, like for instance, UNESCO Global Friends, other actions. So I think what it needs to be done is really kind of find a way to consolidate all these powers into really visible, powerful kind of advocacy. Because I think what we are trying to do is that we are trying to transform reality, but we first have to transform the public imagery and what we can imagine. And in a way, discursive, we are trying to transform from one kind of discourse to another, which is, it could be new normal to next normal or whatever. So I think visibility and consolidation of power is very important. At the same time, I think we have to let multiple actors work as it is now, because I think dispersed actions are also very important as well. But once again, I think it's really important to have a sustainable platform where we can find whenever we need when we need partners, when we need some connections, we need a kind of sustainable platform where we can do the network. And I think Bridge 47 is doing it, and as Anselmo suggested, probably we need a kind of similar kind of networks in other regions as well. So, and I think APCEIU can also contribute to that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe next year we can have a Bridge 47 Europe, Bridge 47 Asia, Bridge 47 Africa. So making really global bridge, So that can be our part of our future action. Okay, now, Jocelyn, unfortunately, you said you are going to face a third lockdown, right? The first lockdown, Malaysia, second lockdown, Australia, soon you are going to United States. We are facing the third wave, the pandemic wave. I hope you can survive, third one. Okay, now, Jocelyn, you provide us a global framework for action, civil society, with the UN global governance. And then could you share your takeaway, how that can be linked to the 47 initiative Bridge or UNESCO, and also previous session, there are many other initiatives as well, please.
Yeah, perfect. I think the goal of UN 2020 was always to serve as a clearinghouse, where we want to, I guess, we are not specifically advocating for one thing like climate change or like global citizenship or inequality or poverty or water and sanitation. And so our goal is to act as that clearinghouse where we invite all civil society partnerships, and it's to be a multi-stakeholder sort of engagement. And so I think just by listening to the two presentations and excellent presentations as well, we definitely would love to partner in the future. Just even with some of our advocacy tools, I think it's so valuable to have people that are on the ground or in different parts of the world to contribute to things that they may be experts in, where we are writing the paper, but we really want to partner with different people to do a collaborative advocacy tool that makes a loud enough voice that hopefully has an impact in the wider scale of things. But also, I think, just like how Ellen mentioned, is reaching the everyday person. I think what UN 2020 do, we originally had this idea of how do we sensationalize the word multilateralism. It's not a very sexy word. And it's a word that is so hard to pronounce, and people just don't understand, and it just goes over people's head. But I think thankfully, thanks to COVID-19, it's really sort of been understood better that we need to do life together. Like, our worlds are all intertwined. We can't really just be an island on our own. And so I think the concept of multilateralism through COVID-19 has really helped. But I think having different multi-stakeholders that are actually working with civil society and grassroots on the ground and everything is so helpful. And we're always trying to grow our Global South network as well. So representation from the Global South is definitely welcome. Usually Ansamo and me and probably my dad Dennison is the only representation during our meetings and stuff. But yeah, so definitely I think I might be an idealist or an optimist or whatever you may call it, but I really believe that together we can make a change and we can make a difference. If everyone sort of does their part that they are, I guess, called to do or purpose to do, and we work together, we can definitely make a difference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jocelyn. This fourth session is also last session of the Busan Democracy Forum. So I'm going to spend a few minutes to wrap up our session. But before that, regarding this session, I think as Jung-min, also others said, also previous session, we have the long-term action plan framework and 2030 agenda. That is the main one because target year 2030. Also UN 2020 group also mentioned UN centenary, which means 2045. Because I still remember the 75th anniversary global dialogue. The first question was whether the world will be better or worse by 2045. That means 25 years later. You know? So I think that question was very important. And I think we need to really have the long term, you know. Two long term, one is 2030 and 2035. You know, certain global issue we cannot address before 2030. That's why these days many governments are declaring, you know, the zero CO2, you know, 2050 or 2060, according to Paris Climate Summit. You know, so I think we need to also be aware of this type of the long-term initiative. At the same time, we need to also face day-to-day, you know. And according to UN 2030 Decade of Action, every 4 years we have a SDG Summit, right? It was last year, 2019, and the next one will be 2023, you know, every 4 years, you know. So I want to collect all your suggestion action plans, especially from the Bridge 47 and UN 2020, UNESCO, and also previous sessions to see, you know, where the common, you know, where we can work together, common agenda, at the same time, diverse approaches, you know. I think there's a beauty and strength of civil society action, you know? Common vision, but diverse action at different levels, local, community, national, and so on, you know. Okay, so thank you once again for your participation. Stay with me until the end of session, okay? I want to show, before session 3, I want share the PowerPoint. I want to share with you PowerPoint once again, which is like a summary of the whole today's session. We are not going to adopt any declaration or final statement, but we are going to provide with you later summary proceedings. And then all the revised PowerPoint is our website. So finally, we have now the Busan Democracy Forum website.com. And then not today, but soon you will find all the materials, presentation, the video link, and the PowerPoint, and also video clip you provided. You know, I think it's very all valuable one. So that like a small clearinghouse for information, especially the interlinkage between the 4.7 and 1617, you know, and the link to your own website, you know. So as Alan said, we have a different dot. Let's connect the line and then creating the bigger movement. Okay, this was the Busan Democracy Forum. Then this is a room. You can see I'm sitting the whole place. And this is a technical room, conference room. And the 47, this is one thing I learned from you, you know, it's my personal takeaway. The 47 is a microcosm of whole SDG, you know, because within 4.7, you can see sustainable development, human rights, gender, culture, non-violence, peace, cultural diversity, and everything is there, you know. So in that sense, I think our task is how to unpack this target 4.7 mainstream the whole SDG. I think there's a right and also important way to achieve 2030 agenda by 2030. So I think this let's promote once again. Not only the title, 47 and global citizenship, but the content. There are 7 key components which are interconnected. So I think let's highlight once again the content of 4.7, and then this also slide. And also I want to share with you, this is a third forum starting from 2018. And then probably next year, the next Busan Democracy Forum will take place October again, because this is the anniversary. The last year is the 40th anniversary of Busan Democracy Forum, now become the national day, national day by the government. This is a public function, but because of pandemic, we postponed, the December. So probably next year we go back to October, and hopefully some of you can come to join physically, in Busan. And then, as I said, there was a follow meeting after Busan. There's a series of International Democracy Forum last year. One of them was the Tokyo Democracy Forum. And there will be a second Tokyo Democracy Forum February next year. So this is another opportunity to discuss the civic space democracy in the face of pandemic. So you are also welcome to join. And also we'll share with you the registration link for Tokyo Democracy Forum. It's like our brother and sister forum, Busan and Tokyo. And also this year we had a Kathmandu Democracy Forum online. And this type of democracy forum will continue. And then some of you were in Pyeongchang last year, Pyeongchang, the Peace Forum. And then February also there is a third Pyeongchang Peace Forum where the last year, the UN 2020, and then SDG group, we are all together to discuss the plan. Probably we can do again the February next year. So I will share with you all the follow meetings where we can multiply and then connect for synergy and mainstreaming. And then these are 4 sessions we did yesterday and today, starting from the concrete local realities, democracy, Hong Kong, Thailand, India, and global citizen education, Japan, Finland, South Korea. We move up to the Asia, global, and UN, decade of action, UN 75, So small, the 47 concrete action local, and then global. I think we want to continue this type of interlinkage, mutually supportive initiative. And this was that's why the 4 sessions were organized according to that principle and also the vision. And these are the guiding questions. Session 1, Session 2, Session 3, and 4. So now, finally, our conclusion is we need to work together vertically and horizontally, and then making use of all the future opportunities in UN, and the region, and the country, and local. So that's, okay, can you go back to the main, okay. So once again, as I promised, all the reports will be available on the website soon, probably the next week. And also next Busan Democracy Forum, hopefully you can come October next year. And also other forum like Tokyo and Pyeongchang and so on. So last ceremony, as you know, last year we had a heart ceremony, but this time, many are really working forefront to taking care of the victims of coronavirus. There is a gesture. So on behalf of all the participants, we want to express our gratitude to all the medical workers. Some of them are sacrificing their lives, and they're still every day working while we are having this conference. Let's show like this. Okay, this meaning, thank you, we express our thank you. Okay, let's say, thank you. Okay, now see you. Okay, thank you very much, all the participants and also the technical staff, especially the staff of the Busan YMCA and also organizing committee of civil society here, and also Busan Metropolitan Government, and also Government of Office of Education, and then Busan Masan Democracy Foundation, and finally KOICA. Especially the, as you know, the Madam Lee Mi-kyung, who was one of the keynote speakers in the first Busan Democracy Forum. She was so excited because she had the background of the women's rights movement. So she really liked Busan, but she completed her term only 1 week ago, That's why she cannot join us anymore as a president, but I'm sure next year she will join us as another capacity, So lastly, thank you very much. Let's give a big clapping to everybody. Thank you. See you next year. Okay, thank you.